Put the stream chat up as well, eh? Okay.
Awesome.
And we're back. Did you miss me? I don't think you missed me.
I don't think anyone's watching to miss you.
Come on, really?
Just
I'm the
started
star of the
stream,
show.
like, 2
Everyone's
seconds.
looking for the moose, man. It's
Yes.
just, it's always been the moose.
Yeah.
Nico and Aaron look a little bit different this morning. They've also come from a different spot.
Yes.
Do you guys want to introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourselves, what you're doing here.
You go ahead.
Yeah, I am Ezekiel Gregory. I am a part of the University of Victoria rocketry team. I'm the outreach lead, and I worked on the recovery systems for the Enduro 1, which is the rocket we were launching.
Yep. And I'm Matthew Davis. I'm the analysis lead at UVic Rocketry. And I work on a little bit of everything, but mostly the flight dynamics and trajectory simulations of the rocket, and then analyzing loads and doing testing and validation of parts.
Oh, Gordon's on there. Hi, Gordon. Hi, Charlie.
Who's Blue B1C2? Hi, whoever you are.
Good morning to you as well, Blue B1C2.
Okay.
Oh,
Just
beans.
quickly, we're very close to heading to the pad. The Audi is here. We are heading down shortly. We've come up with a solution to, as some of you may have seen yesterday, we had a scrub. Our solution is, today we're going to give it the beans. We have 1 can of Heinz beans, but they
2
were on
cans of
3
Heinz
for 5
beans.
at Walmart.
3 cans of Heinz beans.
Yeah, they were on 3 for 5 at Walmart, so we couldn't quite resist. These will be strategically placed at each leg of the launch rail today. And when we eventually give it the beans, this will ensure a successful flight and make sure we don't scrub today.
And remember, he's the analysis lead, so he knows what he's talking about with this helping the flight. Yeah.
Yeah.
I really hope that it manages to launch. I will say I'm disappointed that you guys aren't actually launching the beans.
Yeah. Well, we'll see about next year. We had
Beans integrated payload needs to happen.
Yeah. We'd had a payload that we were planning on launching. Unfortunately, due to some restrictions, Matthew, if you want to go into that, we weren't able to launch that. But
Yeah, we just got to the stage in the design cycle where we decided it was too big of a risk at that point to keep flying. This is the UVic team, so our history is we were founded as a team in 2016 by an incredible group of people, many of whom now work at Rocket Lab and have gone on to do pretty cool stuff.
That's sick.
So we were founded by a really cool team. We had a really good thing going. We did do 2 supersonic launches in 2018 and 2019. Unfortunately, neither of them were successful. They both disassembled under thrust.
This was at Spaceport? Or
This was at Spaceport.
Okay.
So this was Spaceport 2018 and 2019. We had 2 supersonics, which unfortunately disintegrated. One of which the fins fell off of. The second of which we only found the fins. So we solved the fin issue, which was good.
Good start.
Yeah.
yeah, we have. You'll probably see some photos or videos of stuff, and I'm sure you've heard of it. We have extremely sharp fins this time. So if we haven't solved the fin issue, I think we don't put fins on the next rocket.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go straight to thrust vector control.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, we're not allowed guidance anyways, so those fins aren't
Just don't
helping.
tell anyone. It'll be
Yes,
fine.
exactly. Yeah.
So yeah.
As we talk to, I don't know how many people are on the stream right now.
Yeah.
Your secret's out now. Sorry, I screwed you guys.
So yeah, we had those 2 unfortunately unsuccessful supersonic launches before COVID hit, and then we were developing a 3rd supersonic rocket when unfortunately COVID hit. And at that point, we had 3 years of obviously very little team engagement because it was COVID time.
COVID is tough.
So that set the team back quite a ways, and we came back. By the time we came back, we had 2 members who had previously flown a rocket. They were there for Hayak 2, our 2nd supersonic rocket. So we had 2 members left who had experience with the team. And Xenia 1 was our subsonic kind of comeback rocket, which we launched at the first Launch Canada event. Went very successfully. And then we followed up with Xenia 2, just brushing things up, tidying up a few projects. And now we felt confident enough where we've brought the team along far enough, and we want to try supersonic again.
Sounds good. So how fast do you expect this rocket to go?
Current expected max velocity is around Mach 1.8.
Mach 1.8. Damn, okay. So percent chance of a shred?
Percent transfer shred.
Don't say that. No, come on. We haven't even gotten to the pad and you're jinxing us. Like,
We've got the beans. We should be fine, is the hope. We
Sounds good.
deliberately,
Confidence.
after the scrub yesterday, we had the rocket in a place where we could have launched again yesterday, but the winds were quite high, and we could see that affecting some of the recovery systems on some of the other rockets. And we know our stability is like, it's a hair low right now. So we just wanted to take it very safe, keep it conservative. Everybody was sleep deprived yesterday. We wanted to take some time, do it right, do it when there's low wind like this morning.
You're successfully avoiding go fever.
Yes, yes.
yes.
Well done.
And steal these back.
Okay,
Thank you.
sounds good.
Hi,
Yes.
Master.
Is Marvin the Berliner on your team? Berliner on your team?
Yes.
Yes. Yep.
You should get him on. His parents are saying hi.
Oh.
Okay.
Hi, Rainer and Katja.
Yeah.
Is Marvin here? Victoria, is Marvin here? Okay, grab Marvin.
Marvin, for context, he is the structures lead, so he was really integral in the making of the rocket. Yep, he's kind of one of those guys, jack of all trades.
Yeah.
Knows all the stuff. So if that's the parents, you did a pretty good job. Yes. Yeah, and I don't say that lightly.
Yeah,
So,
this summer he was pretty integral to getting this rocket going. He's one of our few machinists. Your
Yeah.
parents are here. Do you want to say hi?
I think it's your parents. Rainer and Katja. No clue.
Oh no, they're not my parents. They're friends.
Oh, okay.
okay.
Sweet.
Friends from Germany.
Yes. Okay. Sounds good.
Hallo Katja, hallo Rainer.
Oh, Victoria's parents are here too. We got the whole UVic
Ich hoffe,
crew.
es geht euch gut und freue mich, dass ihr zuguckt.
I sure hope you didn't swear.
No.
I don't know what those words were.
He
oh,
didn't.
You know what those words are?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's a fun fact.
Gleich geht's los.
Ja.
We'll be launching
Innerhalb von einer Stunde.
ja, innerhalb einer Stunde.
No.
I did not register that for a second.
Sorry, we've translated to the international cam now.
Ready.
It's become the German live stream.
Yeah, exactly.
Ready.
Oh, and Zoe's parents are watching. Everyone's parents
Everyone's
are watching.
Amazing.
Just exactly.
We
Get
got
the
Ali
whole team.
Davies too, so that's probably Matthew's parents. Yeah.
Thank you to the whole BC crew who got up disgustingly early to watch us. This is
Yes.
Yeah,
great.
my
You got
goodness.
6
I
a.m.
can't
over
see
there.
the chat, but I'm assuming that
Says Victoria's parents are here too. Elizabeth Brown Shaw.
Yep.
Hi, Mom.
Do you have any embarrassing stories to tell us about?
Yeah, exactly. In the chat.
In the chat. Yeah.
Share it with all 50 or so of you that are watching at the
The
moment.
whole world needs to know.
So, okay. Give me a little bit of background. What happened yesterday? You guys scrubbed. How did that happen? Why did that happen?
Best possible failure, I'd say.
Yes.
Of no actual problem. We're good to go? Alrighty.
Yeah.
Well, basically, something got bumped. We're using an old component, and it turned the system off, so nothing was broken. It was literally just off.
Yeah.
We weren't receiving data, so we couldn't launch. We brought it back, found the problem. Too windy. And that, I think, is the best summary I can give, and I'm going to hand this off to somebody and go launch a rocket.
Yeah. Essentially.
Bye.
Nothing embarrassing. No. Essentially,
on.
there was a switch.
The chat is on about a 30-second delay, so
Okay, gotcha. So essentially, there was a switch that we have in the nose cone, so that's the very top of the rocket. We thought we had turned it on, and we turned it like on just enough that the buzzer went, so we heard that the system was on, and then it went back like maybe a quarter of an inch. Just enough to turn it off. So we had no telemetry systems because we didn't turn on the power to it, and we were reading the signals from another team.
Oh, okay.
So there was a lot of confusion around that, but we were thinking it was a bunch of other stuff, and it was genuinely just it wasn't on. Yeah. So
It happens. It happens.
yeah. No. So that was fun.
So okay, can you give me a little bit of background on the name of your rocket? Where does that come from? Do you have a consistent naming convention over the years, or is it kind of whatever you want to call it?
We've not had a consistent naming convention over the years. Okay, they're heading down to the pad.
Bye, UVic
see you guys
team.
later. Best of luck. Marvin is driving, so hopefully the rocket arrives.
No pressure.
So yeah, if you see an Audi in the background or on the live stream, that is them. You can see the rocket hanging out the back there. Julian is waving. Everybody is waving. And yeah, so that is Anduril.
How we're using her car.
Hopefully on until we
Oh,
find
they're
out
on the
recovery. So yeah, hopefully we'll see it on the other side.
Yeah,
And it
I'm
does
sure
not
you
come
will.
back this way, either in a car or under power.
Yes. Please not underpowered. Yes. Naming conventions.
Naming conventions. So the first, I think there were 2 rockets. The first 2 rockets we launched were called MVP-1 and MVP-2, which stood for minimum viable product. The pure goal of those rockets was to get something, anything off the ground. And they were, to be honest, immensely successful.
That's the best way of doing it.
Exactly. Some of the documentation is lovely to read through because you can tell they were just like, we're going. I think the final report, at least I've heard, I've not seen it myself, I heard the final report was 3 pages.
Oh yeah, love that.
It was that kind of, let's just get this done, but it was immensely successful. From what I've heard, it was a great flight. Same with MVP-2. We then, the year after that, we went for 2 launches. We went for Skookum and Hayak. Skookum was a 2-stage, which then did the opposite of scope creep and became a 1-stage. And then there was Hayak, the first Hayak rocket, which was one of our supersonic rockets. And unless I stand corrected, I believe those have meaning in the local indigenous language.
No idea.
Swiftly was Hayak.
Yeah, Hayak means swiftly. Skookum is the word used generally for like good.
Yes. Come join us. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. There we go. Here's
Isla,
Isla.
our amazing telemetry wizard.
Hello.
Hi, Isla.
Yeah. Hayak, if I remember correctly, means swiftly or fast. Skookum is usually used for like good, strong, well built. And then prior to that, we had MVPs, most valued players, the rocket, or minimum viable product. Either way, they performed really, really well.
That's gutsy to go from minimum viable product right to a 2-stage. But then you went back to a 1-stage.
And a supersonic in the same year.
Yeah, but then, COVID happened after the second Hayak RUD, and so just lost a lot of team talent then. Tried to build it all back up with Xenia 1. Xenia being a Greek goddess, but there was some connotation there around having lots of payloads, lots of different things, trying new things. So Xenia was a platform that carried a lot of different payloads, a lot of different new things from teams, because so many people were so new to the team at that point.
I think there was
That's pretty cool.
a word that they put on which was enduril, not enduril. That's okay.
Oh, okay.
Understood, yes.
Well, we might have screwed up the name of the rocket.
Yeah, that's fine. But
Sorry,
then
guys.
Anduril, that came from a variety of things. We have a lot of members on our team who are big Lord of the Rings fans, and a lot of you may recognize that it is the sword that was broken and reforged in the Lord of the Rings books and movies. And it works out really well for us as well, not just because we're huge nerds, but also because Anduril, I believe, translates directly as it's the Flame of the West. And we are the, unless I stand corrected, we're the westernmost team.
Yeah,
and
no, you
obviously we deal with flamey things. And we just so happen to be flying a green flame, which has several other connotations in the lore, and our fins look like swords, which has more connotations, and it got a bit out
also
of control.
the kind of the reason why we also wanted to go with a sword that was broken and reforged is since this is our most recent attempt at going for a supersonic rocket. Considering the Hayak 1s and 2s were broken, we're reforging that this year as something stronger. Is to my knowledge also also part of the idea.
Well, as far as I understand, you are one of 2 Lord of the Rings themed rockets here this year. McGill being the other one. Speaking of which, on the McGill front, we don't have any news from them. We haven't heard if they're setting up at the moment, but as soon as we know, we'll let you know. Aaron, do we have PadCam up?
I'm getting it up right now.
Okay, so we're gonna set up PadCam so that you can see UVic putting the rocket on the rail. You can see that's the leftmost screen. It's very much in the shade right now.
Yeah, I very much cannot see that.
Yeah,
screen,
so.
but I'll take your word for it. Yeah.
Also, before we go too much further, I would like to mention the fact that it is currently 6:18 in British Columbia.
Yeah, exactly.
Anybody who knows Gordon So, make sure that man is alive. It's a miracle that man is
he's
alive
already
right
chatted,
now.
right?
I know.
Yeah,
He was the
yeah.
first one on. That's a minor miracle.
Yeah.
Anyone who knows Gordon So knows his sleep schedule is one of it's probably the eighth wonder of the world. So thank you for being here, Gordon. I was honestly just expecting my parents to show up. They're awake at this time anyway. So yeah, seeing so much of the team here is great. Also great to see my parents here. Hello. And I'm sure my dog is awake somewhere as well. So hello to Shadow as well.
He's in the CFAR office.
Oh, Gordon's. Oh, what are you listening to at the moment? Don't tell me it's Kendrick.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, great. No worries.
Knowing our team, it's probably sea shanties, unless that's just Tim.
No, that's just Tim.
That's just Tim. I have had a couple times where I've walked by or walked into the rocket room, so that's what we call the room we build the rockets in.
Really?
And yeah, it's a really big
Creative naming
surprise. Yeah,
scheme.
no, we are engineers. We're not namers. Yeah.
That's how you can get the quality of this live stream. We're all engineers here. We know nothing about live streaming or media content.
Yeah.
Engineering students, not engineers.
Yeah. Well. Sorry for the inaccuracies. My apologies to all the actual engineers. We're engineering students. Either way, I've had times where we walked by the rocket room, doors locked, lights turned off, and there's just sea shanties coming from it, and that's a pretty weird experience when you're walking by the room at like 9 p.m. and you just hear sea shanties coming from the rocket room. Yeah.
Yeah, Gordon is more so Kendrick Lamar or Kanye West at one end, or like Billie Eilish and Lana Del Rey the other end, and there's just nothing in between. It's one of the two.
Love it.
So yeah, I'm sure he is having fun trapping in the CFAR Met Lab right now. Hopefully having a great time.
So did you guys all drive over, or did some of you fly to Timmins?
Yeah, so Zoe is one of our members here. They come from Ontario.
Okay.
Right, so they go to school at UVic, obviously, and they just flew over and stayed with their parents. The entire rest of the team flew over together, and we just shipped the rocket here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the only driving that we did was from Toronto up to Timmins.
I was going to ask you if you had any interesting road trip questions, but you guys avoided all that.
Yeah, we avoided all of that. Yeah, no, we had an interesting experience at the Wendy's in the Toronto airport because it was like 2 a.m. and we got a spicy chicken sandwich, and I regret that decision very much. But yeah, that's kind of the only real story that I think we have from the flights and stuff over here. Yeah.
Hi, so long. Do you want to? I feel so proud of you, so long.
That I believe is Gordon. So he's our lead engineer. He's done a lot of work over the past few years. He is currently on a co-op at the Center for Aerospace Research that UVic has, which is really cool. And then after that is done, he's there until December, I believe. And then he is transferring to UBC. So obviously it's sad to see him go.
That feels like a betrayal.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like Andural is going vertical.
Yep.
Ooh. Exciting.
Keep turning it towards us. We can't see anything otherwise. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you turn
Okay,
the brightness
perfect.
up on that screen at all? Okay.
Sounds good.
But yeah, Gordon is one of our many members who's done an immense amount of work over the past few years. He's our lead engineer for this year's rocket and was for last year's rocket.
Yeah.
Okay, at least some of the team is back from the pad. I imagine the pad is going red soon.
It'll take a hot sec. There's still people on the pad, so it's
Okay.
We're
Oh, and Dural might already be up, and that might
Yeah.
be the oh.
Is Sherbrooke out there at the moment?
I don't know. I thought I only saw one. I thought I only saw you guys go out there. So,
Okay.
but it is entirely possible.
We're hoping to see a Sherbrooke launch soon as well. They've given us an immense amount of help. A few days ago, we had to do a big redesign of the way our parachutes were tethered, and we were lacking the hardware to do that. And they were kind enough to lend us some cords, which was a huge help. So, huge credits to them, and hopefully we see them flying later as well, if they are not already on the pad, which I hope they are.
Yeah.
We were on the pad at the same time yesterday, and unfortunately we both scrubbed at the same time.
It's a shame. They have in principle, they have a very cool system where they could get onboard footage from their rocket to the live stream, but it seems like there's something going wrong with that. We were trying to get it hooked up yesterday, and it didn't quite end up working. Tell me a little bit more about your guys' individual roles on the team. So you said you were the recovery lead.
Yeah, I'm not the recovery lead.
Oh,
I was one of the members that worked on the
okay.
recovery system. So I built and designed the recovery bulkhead. So for the people on the stream that are not, aware of what a bulkhead is, essentially what a bulkhead is in a rocket is a section that separates different systems, right? So I was in charge of creating the bulkhead, which was a big metal circle that went in the middle of the rocket to hold the recovery, like the parachutes and all that. So the system that we made is just a big circle that has 2 pins on it, that those 2 pins go up to the just below where the drogue chute pulls on the main chutes, right? So it goes and pulls on these 2 little pins, and then those pins at 1,500 feet on descent deploy into the rocket, which then pulls out the main parachute, right? We are using pressurization to pop off the nose cone at apogee. I was also responsible for that. So my job was making that whole subsystem.
You say pressurization CO2 ejection system or black powder ejection system?
Black powder.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have much space for a CO2 thing.
So then I'm assuming that you have some form of cladding or something for your parachutes so that they don't get scorched?
Yes, so the parachutes that we have, they are wrapped in a 3D printed cup that had a carbon fiber layup around it for extra strength. So yeah, we've done a lot of testing on it. Parachutes have not set on fire once yet, luckily.
Love a not flamey parachute.
Yes. We're the dark colored rocket. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So, the rocket that we saw go vertical a moment ago, that was, in fact, Sherbrooke, the team or the Sirius team.
Yeah. So the
not
Sherbrooke...
Not the Sirius team, the Team Sirius. There we go.
Yes.
Yeah. But Andrew is the one that you see on cam now, and they're still horizontal. There's a very majestic looking man with some nice hair.
Mateo.
Yeah. Hi, Mateo.
Yeah. But yeah, so to answer the question of the person that asked on stream, yes, Sherbrooke is on the solid pad currently.
Yeah. We still don't know when McGill is going to launch. They teased us until the bitter end yesterday.
I've heard stories. What did end up happening with that? Because we were focused on our rocket. What was happening?
So McGill, I mean, as you guys may or may not know, hybrids suck. They are really, really hard to get right. And so McGill had been working their butts off all day. They had told us they were going to launch earlier in the day. It didn't end up happening. They told us they were going to launch at about midday. It didn't end up happening. And they just kept working and troubleshooting, and they were really going for it. And we gave them a cutoff, so the launch waiver ends at 5 o'clock. We managed to get an extension a little bit later, and we gave them a hard cutoff of 6:30. They got to 6:30 and they said, okay, we think we can be ready by 6:45. So we extended the launch waiver again. And at 6:45 we got into terminal count 10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1, launched, no ignition. So we saw the oxidizer vent out the back of the rocket, and that was it.
Oh.
So we're really, really hoping over the next couple of days that we see McGill launch, but that is a lot of work to come back from, and they're I'm sure they're extraordinarily sleep deprived at this point.
Are we aware, was that like an igniter issue, or what was
No
that?
clue.
Okay.
We closed the stream and went home after that. I was tired.
Yeah.
The LC sleep schedule is definitely a
Oh,
Yeah.
baby.
No, like we yesterday we were really gunning for launch. So we wanted to be here for 6 a.m. So that meant we were getting up at 3 a.m. to leave the Airbnb at 4:30 a.m. to be here for 6 a.m. so that we could launch for 8 a.m. That obviously didn't happen, unfortunately, but yeah, no. So I get the whole just being completely wiped.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's
no.
it's part and parcel. I launched a couple of times at Spaceport America, and boy oh boy, getting up at 3 a.m. and to be out there and trying to get ready to launch is
Yeah, and the problem is you also don't know if the other teams are going to do that. If the other
Oh,
teams
yeah.
are also going to be getting up that early. So if you're really trying to go like, because what were the two teams that? So there was
ATS and Queens yesterday.
Queens yesterday. That
We
had-
almost missed them because we were late getting here, so we
Yeah.
had to rush to set up the stream.
Yeah, but those teams had priority to go on the pad, so we were like, we want to go third, and then we found some issues with our recovery system, which was
Looks
sorry
like-
to interrupt, but it looks like Anduril is currently going vertical on the pad.
Yeah.
Um,
So that means that we're probably in range yellow at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. So that means that the energetics are charged. So there is a possibility that the black powder could go off, that the ejection system could go off, but there is not yet an igniter in the rocket. In fact, I think you can see them holding that. Or did you guys have the igniter installed already?
no, I think my impression of what's happening right now, if my memory of the checklist serves, is we take off the protectors for our brass sharp nose cone tip and the aluminum sharp fins, and we take those protectors off, and then the next step is to take it vertical. After that is when we turn on our avionics and then the recovery.
Okay,
energetics
so we're
start.
not quite yellow yet.
Yes.
although
that will be
Sherbrooke
next.
Sherbrooke might be yellow already. So
Yes.
the avionics, we actually don't. We changed that. We had, because we'd wanted to have that payload on the rocket in the nose cone. We spec'd the batteries to be able to have power for both the payload and the avionics bay.
Yes.
We realized that since we don't need the payload, those batteries can power the flight computer and the telemetry system for days.
Nice.
So because of what happened with us missing that switch for telemetry yesterday, we just turned it on, put it in the nose cone, and took it out there because there's no energetics, there's nothing, no real reason for us not to have that on. So yeah, that part has changed, but otherwise, yeah, I think they're gonna flick the switches for the recovery system, and we should see a flight soon here. Yeah, probably in the
Fingers
next
crossed.
10 minutes, I'm hoping.
Yeah, Chris, our LCO, we'll get him on. I think we have Chris Cam at some point. We can cut to Chris Cam. Oh, we have Chris Cam.
We have
Nice.
Chris.
Brilliant.
New to the stream today. We have Chris Cam.
Should there be any other cam? I think we only need Chris Cam. And maybe
See,
the moose.
things have gone so smoothly that Chris Cam is not as entertaining as it could be. But yeah, Chris Cam
Do
is.
we just
Chris
have
Cam
someone
is a good
following
cam.
Chris around, or?
No, there's a webcam tied to the top of the launch mast, and so
Okay, gotcha.
we can see what's going on in the LCO. We have somebody from Poland in the stream.
Ooh.
Okay, so we've gone through the recovery. Tell me about analysis. What are you doing? What are you using to do that?
So, from an analysis point of view, a lot of my job is kind of looking at the overall system and how it performs. So we do that currently largely through a system called RAS-Aero, and we use that to determine how the rocket's going to fly, how fast, what altitude it's going to reach, along with a bunch of other variables. So one aspect of it is simply doing that, optimizing the rocket to have a better flight, and then also just analyzing how the flight's going to go. The other aspect of the job is using the data we are given from that to analyze what happens to the parts during that process. So, for example, for our fuselage, there are a variety of different ways in which the fuselage is loaded during flight. So the very obvious one is the constant compression of the thrust of the motor. So as soon as that motor ignites, you are compressing that fuselage to kind of push the rocket up.
Yep.
So we take the numbers from the RAS aero, convert that into, okay, what force is going to be experienced by the fuselage. We pick the peak, assume static loading. So assume it's just, okay, assume like a gradual loading. And
so
then
just a consistent weight on the rocket.
So you slowly load it up to that force, and then you do a little bit extra just to have a factor of safety. So if it is higher than we expect, we've got a little bit of wiggle room. So there's that test, and then the other test is when you're launching, the motor doesn't. So in the previous test, you just assume it's just a constant weight. It's like placing a big stack of books, a very big stack of books, on top of the fuselage quite slowly. The reality is, unfortunately, when the motor starts, it goes from 0 to pretty much full thrust like that. So you've got a very dynamic load case. The way I like to put it across is we were previously flying a very big motor. We ordered an N5800.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. So
kick in the pants and it's gone.
Exactly. So that is akin to a very big car crash off the rail, except the force of the car crash is sustained. So it's like very big crash, and then that force is sustained. But that initial impact is quite different to just placing the load on top. So fortunately, we cooperated with I think that was the mech department in our school, and we got this impact testing rig, big hammer on a pendulum, and we just used that, and we calculated roughly what the force duration would be and the maximum force, and then we did impact testing on it. Is another load on the fuselage, and then the other one we look at is bending. So what we do is we set up a bending calculator, which I won't go too much into, but Gordon did a lot of work on that. And then basically what that does is when the rocket's flying straight, that's ideal. You've got no kind of bending on the rocket. However, when you go at an angle, everything is kind of, the aerodynamic forces aren't symmetric, and around the center of gravity, so it will start to bend. And so we analyze that, and then we test for that at assuming a certain angle of attack during flight.
Nice. And so what led you towards using RAS Aero in comparison to something like Rocket Pi or Open Rocket?
Yeah, so RAS Aero, the reason why we leant towards that over Open Rocket is Open Rocket is an absolutely fantastic software. However, once you go supersonic, it's not as accurate as the RAS Aero is. So basically there's a trade-off where the Open Rocket, which we use as like a backup to get rough numbers, the Open Rocket you can very easily customize every part of your rocket. There's a lot more options you can pick in terms of aerodynamic profiles or things you can change. However, once you go supersonic, the mathematical model isn't quite as accurate.
Well, it changes very dramatically.
Yes. It isn't. It's quite a big change. And then RAS Aero doesn't have quite as many options. It's still got more than enough for us. But it's much more accurate, we find it to be much more accurate for the supersonic flight. Rocket Pi is something we're looking into for next season. One thing I'm very eager to do now we're understanding more about launches is look into dynamic stability rather than just a static stability margin. So for those of you at home who don't know what static stability margin is it's kind of this way of viewing a rocket flight where you view it almost like, I picture it as a dart. Like if you've ever thrown a dart at a dartboard, you get this kind of sense of the mass. So if this is the dart, this is the tip of the dart, and then this is the tail of the dart. It looks like a rocket. It's got fins and a big long shaft.
Yep.
Then you've got the center of gravity. So where the average place where the mass is, it's like if you balance the dart, it would balance there. So the balance point of the dart needs to be in front of like the average of where the aerodynamic force is. So that way, if you view, again, this is the front, this is the back. If it comes off angle, then the force, the aerodynamic force, pushes it back so it's behind, directly in a line behind the center of gravity, and it just goes straight through the air. So that's how static stability.
Yeah, it's the difference. So you want to have your center of gravity ahead of your center of pressure, your center of aerodynamic stability. And it's essentially the difference between trying to balance a pencil upright on your hand, where your center of pressure would be ahead of your center of gravity, and trying to dangle a pencil. Holding a pencil hanging upside down like this is a lot easier to keep straight than it is the other way around.
That's a really good analogy for it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's static stability. However, what that oftentimes doesn't look at is other issues which come with having, especially in high winds, having issues where you come off the rail and you've got your speed into the air, and then the airspeed's coming this way, and your rocket's going to want to correct to that. But what it's going to do is when it swings and corrects to that, it corrects, but then it goes slightly past, and then now it wants to correct back the other way, and it kind of settles into that flight. You could see it on one or two of the rockets yesterday, where it comes off the rail, it does this, and then stops.
Yep.
However, on some flights you'll see an effect called coning. Either coning or just an intense oscillation, where you get that swing happens, and then it swings back even further, and then it swings back even further still, and then it keeps feeding back until your rocket is sideways, and very few fuselages are strong enough to hold that kind of force.
Yeah, that typically ends badly.
And that makes your recovery of the rocket really not fun if it's thrusting that way.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's dynamic stability, and we want to understand that a lot better next year. So, and the reason why we're looking into RocketPy is it's a lovely software in terms of it just acts like a Python library. So you can very easily, rather than running a RAS aerosim and then plugging those numbers into a Python script, you can just have a Python script that's very easily customizable, running your entire setup. And ideally, we'd like to have an idea of what our dynamic stability is.
So, from what I understand, and I could be very wrong on this, but the RocketPy was predominantly developed by a group, a rocketry team, much like UVic rocketry, out of Brazil, Projeto Júpiter. And they launch almost uniquely 10,000-foot class rockets. So very few of them are breaking the sound barrier. From what I understand, I could be very wrong, they also struggle with the aerodynamic stability, so I looked into this at one point as well. But yeah, the sort of optimization scheme that RocketPy has and the sort of stability scheme that RocketPy has is really, really nice in comparison to Open Rocket or RAS Aero.
Does look now like the Enduro one was put back horizontal.
Yep. Something's going on.
Something's going on. Yeah. Not entirely certain what that is.
I'm going to go check with our
Yeah.
avionics team if they're hearing anything. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah.
Sounds good. See you in a moment.
Yeah.
Brendan, are you joining us?
All right.
Keep it interesting.
Are we drinking the Puffin?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Interesting choice of drink for the morning.
Yeah, we're drinking this bird from Newfoundland right here.
In a NASA United States branded cup.
Some sand if you want to drink that too.
We're very consistent in our messaging here.
At least it's
We
high in
know
calcium.
exactly what we're doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
There
Get
we
that
go.
little bit of a snack to start the day.
Oh yeah. Well, usually what we have is Red Bull. I think fun story, little side tangent. We had Marvin run to the store to pick up groceries a couple days ago, and he was like, "Oh, there's like 6 different flavors of Red Bull that we hadn't heard of," and one of our members said, "Oh, just buy one of each of them, right? So you could try them out." What we didn't know was that Marvin thought we meant one
pallet.
Yeah, one 4-pack of each of them. So we ended up getting 24 Red Bull on top of the Red Bull that we already had.
Nice.
So we had about 35 Red Bull in the fridge.
How many team members do you have here?
8.
Oh, that's
and not all of them drink Red Bull.
Oh, come on.
So kind of our strategy is either when we're driving to site, we either drink a Red Bull to wake ourselves up for when we get to site.
Sorry, we seem to have lost pad cams.
We lost it at the pad.
Okay. All of them. We
never had advanced pads. We lost all of it.
Yeah. Sorry. Continuing on.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying every time that we're driving to the launch site, some of us have it where we drink a Red Bull and it wakes us up, and some of us have a Red Bull and where we drink it and it puts us to sleep. So we either get an hour and a half extra sleep before we get to site, or we get woken up from the caffeine. So, yeah. Yes, yeah, I explained the whole
back on and explain.
situation of buying 24 Red Bull by accident. Yeah.
Nice.
Fridge. Oh, is your guys' fridge actually like packed with it? Like, if you
Yeah.
open it, it's just
Yeah.
wall to wall Red Bull.
Pretty much on the entire fridge door was just full of cans of Red Bull, which is pretty impressive because they're pretty small.
Wide and like 18 long.
Yeah,
Nice.
It's a lot of Red Bull.
it's a lot of Red
That's
Bull. Yeah,
Decent amount of Red Bull.
and you
Love a
need
good
it.
Red Bull.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I'm a first year, or I'm going into my second year of mechanical engineering, and I'm finally getting that Red Bull addiction that is required by law for every engineering and training. Yeah.
When I started at Carleton, we got like welcome packages as part of our frosh experience, and it came with 2 Red Bull.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
It felt like a decent. What else did it come with?
Was that from Carleton?
Yeah, it was Formula Frosh, baby.
Weird. Because like Coke has a monopoly there, don't they? Wouldn't that mean that it should have been Monster?
I don't know. I got a Red Bull in my welcome package.
Weird.
It felt like appropriate indoctrination into engineering. I can't tell you anything else.
You're not allowed to tell us anything else about your.
I am.
You signed an NDA.
I signed an NDA.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm totally kidding.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Nico, do you want to talk about, or do you want to come on stream and show us the crazy getup that you're wearing?
Yeah.
Have you seen these before? Do you guys have flight suits at?
No,
UVic?
we don't.
We had one, but it did not get continued.
Nico.
Said to show, you didn't say to talk.
No. My favorite part is the banana sticking out of your pocket.
Oh yes, I'm not just happy to see you, but I am happy to see you too. Actually, where
Glad to
is?
hear it.
Oh, I am. Am I sitting on it? I'm not sitting
No, I think it was left pocket.
Oh, it fell out.
I was gonna say, how can you not find an entire banana sticking out of your pocket? So,
Yeah.
So Nico is in a very crazy outfit,
Yeah, it's a little
which
funky.
some of you may or may not recognize if you are engineering alum, mostly Canadian engineering alum.
So, yeah, this is our, from Carleton, this is our flight suit. I traded an arm with McMaster back in 2020.
Sorry, I'll let you get into that in a second. Let's talk about what the heck a flight suit is to begin with.
Yeah.
What is a flight suit, Simon?
A flight suit, so at various engineering schools in Canada, not all of them, but most of them, have what is called a flight suit or a boiler suit or coveralls. Essentially just a full body outfit. Red suit if you're at McMaster. And these are tokens of involvement in the engineering community at that school. So after your first year, if you're involved enough, you can get a flight suit. I'm just going to call them a flight suit because that's what we called them at Carleton. And you then have the prerogative to cover them in all sorts of patches and sort of use them as a reminder of all of the things that you did in your degree. some people, like Nico, will find other people from other schools that they also have their corresponding flight suit and switch arms or other limbs. You know, you'll in our welcome packages for Launch Canada, you guys got patches. A lot of people will sew those onto their flight suits, so they're sort of a token of everything that we've done in our engineering career. Do you want to talk us through some of the patches that you have on your flight suit there, Nico?
Sure, yeah. Starting actually before my engineering career, we have the Friendly Service Award from Home Depot. I was cashier. Thank you. I know, thank you. And I was also pretty accurate too, so I got one of those. I think there was one other award, but I wasn't good enough for that. And then, Existence is Pain. That's just a Rick and Morty reference. Here is Fist Bumps Change Lives. It was a Frosh pack. Around like the time of Frosh, we had a kind of a joke going on that, you need to welcome people, and to welcome people, you either shake their hand or maybe just give them a quick fist bump, make them feel welcome. And in reference to Big Hero 6, I have Baymax here. When I give fist pumps, I like to go fa-la-la-la. And I have this one from Ireland. It's pretty cool. These two are from White Sands, which was in New Mexico desert, right next to Spaceport America Cup in 2019.
Is that the Mothman?
I don't know.
It looks
like a Mothman.
Yeah, it looks like a Mothman.
Yeah.
Which I would not be wanting to walk in White Sands and have some ominous humanoid moth come towards me.
No, definitely not. I'm sure there's lots of light memes there. This one's actually my mom's. My mom
Sorry.
and yep.
Looks like the UVic is coming.
UVic's coming back with their rocket. It sounds like there's some troubles. So
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys are you still good to be on here, or
Yeah, I probably should go.
let us know if you want to go troubleshoot that.
Yeah,
You're welcome
I'll
back
probably
anytime.
help. Yeah, but thank you very much for the opportunity. From what I've heard, you guys are doing a better job than the people last year to fill the dead air. So
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
no worries.
Best of luck.
Just quickly, thanks again to everybody in UVic who woke up early to come see this. We'll aim to be back on the pad as soon as possible. I'll try to send Gordon a message when we're heading back to the pad, and hopefully we can give you guys a bit of a heads up. So thanks again for joining, and we will see you guys later.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no
We'll be
worries.
back later.
See you in a bit.
Hang on. All right.
Now it's just us again.
Oh yeah.
We
Peanut
don't have
gallery
canned
again.
content.
Yeah. Sorry, we don't necessarily have a pool to swim in on stream. But we will do inflatables someday. Stay tuned.
Do we still not have? We still don't have pad cam.
Don't have pad cam.
Strange.
Ooh, you should switch to a drone. It's always fun seeing it land.
It's on stream.
Oh, is it?
We've got
Nice.
quad cam going.
There we go.
We'll have to
Another
see.
happy landing.
I'd love to get a view of what's going on because I think Sherbrooke is still vertical on the pad. We're not clear on. Oh no, Chris is not. Oh, Chris is just going up into the LCO stand. So, Brendan, you want to come join us? Okay. How many teams are launching today? We don't know.
At least one, I would hope.
We had 19 rockets launch yesterday. Not all of them were university teams, but that's a huge amount of rockets.
How many university teams do we have? We had like
I think
seven or
we had
nine.
somewhere in the 20s. Universities that launched yesterday. I think
Yes.
we had about 8 or 9.
8 or 9.
We'll have
yeah.
to go back and count them up. I
So-
went home and I slept because I was tired.
Yes. So we have about a third. We're about a third of the way through launching our, well, not our rockets, but different teams launching their rockets. How many? Do you know how many L1 certs, L2, L3 certs we have on the go?
We had about 40 certification or sport launches that we're interested in launching. I'm sure more will materialize. So yeah. Oh, okay. So it sounds like Chris is letting us know that Sherbrooke is going to be launching in 10 minutes or so. So. Yeah. So we'll see. We don't have a pre-approved launch list. It's as and when teams are ready to go. So as teams sort of build their rocket, troubleshoot all of the last-minute gremlins that might have appeared, make sure that their ejection testing has gone off well, then they go to the final inspection. If they get the all clear from the RSOs, or range safety officers, these are the people that are sort of trained and certified in making sure that the rockets are safe to fly, then they can go into the launch queue. Say hello to our launch control officer, Chris Hobbs, and then once Chris gives them the okay, then they'll go out to the pad and set up. As we saw with UVic this morning, sometimes that doesn't work on the first try, but we can always be hopeful. And yeah, so really we don't know how many teams are launching in a day. It is also, as we saw on the first day, a little bit weather dependent. It looks like we have perfect launch conditions right now. So
clear skies, a little bit of clouds out to the hold up.
So that's due east.
Due east. Okay, so we have a couple clouds out to the
west,
northwestish.
But it's nothing that should hold up.
Yeah, nothing too crazy.
Launching. So. Yeah. So. We're waiting on the teams, not the weather today. And hopefully we have another day full of launches for you guys. And also some static fires. And oh, I wanted to clear up. Yesterday, we had mentioned that Mock had done a bunch of test fires. We didn't really get a ton of footage from them. We were sort of flying between the advanced pads and solids, and so the statics pads got caught in the way, or left in the wayside a little bit, but it sounds like ETS had a very successful 100% test fire. They're gearing up for a larger test fire today, and Mock, one of the teams from Toronto Metropolitan University, they had some issues. So they did they attempted two test fires yesterday. In the first test fire, their valves opened a little early, so they blew their igniter puck out the back of their engine. And in their second attempt, the valves didn't open in time. So they've gone early, they've gone late. Hopefully today we get the Goldilocks middle zone, and we see a successful test fire from them, in addition to a few others. Yeah, sure. Here, I'll give you my headset. We're gonna get a quick update from UVic on what's going on their rocket.
Back again. Hopefully you didn't miss me too much. What we found out, so they came back. We have two...
Squat down a bit, you're out of frame.
Oh, okay. So we have two computers which run our recovery. And so you need to switch each one of them off individually. They're redundant systems. But one of them, when you turn them on, they're supposed to make a beep, beep, boop, boop sound. And if they're not happy, they will make just a constant beep sound. This one, we turned the switch to the on position, and it was making no sound. So one of them was fine. One of them clearly either isn't working or isn't getting electricity, or something is wrong with it. We will figure it out, and we'll let you know when we get back to the pad. So hopefully should not take too long. My guess would be maybe an hour or two till we head back.
Sweet.
Thanks, guys.
No worries. Good luck. Any word on how recovery has been going for teams that have already launched? So by and large, it sounds like recovery has been going pretty well. We've had Alec, our drone pilot, going and finding downed rockets. It seems like there's a few teams that didn't get as much telemetry as they wanted. But yeah, one of the risks, as Rose is pointing out, is that you might land in a tree. And so it sounds like we've had a couple of tree-based landings already. Sounds like Polytechnique might have landed in a tree as well, and they got their rocket back though. So always an adventure.
Yeah, I saw ETS come back last night. Their rocket had landed in a tree, and it was actually damaged after they took cut the tree down to get it.
Oh no, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a chunk missing from one of the tubes. They took a drone up around it because I guess they were worried about this happening, so they have 360-degree footage.
What?
I can cut to you right now. We'll see the shape of the tree just a second. Yeah, that was from yesterday. I'll throw it up.
Alec is showing us a shaking tree from yesterday. This is what rocket was this?
This was a cert launch.
This was a cert launch, I see. So somebody was trying to get their rocket down from the tree, and they they were giving it a good wiggle.
Man, that's
That was Mars.
Mars, there you go. One of the certification launches from the Mars team from TMU. There's 3 different organizations from TMU: Met Rocketry, Mach, and Mars, who are all here. Good to see so many teams. Yeah, there are in fact a few trees. It's we may be in a cut block, but it is still a forest. So, and certainly all of the university teams are landing well beyond where the cut zone is. So.
Mm-hmm. I don't even know if any of the cert flights have landed inside of the cut zone.
Yeah, the last 3 of Mach yesterday landed
they?
just within the
Nice.
cut block.
Convenient
so.
for them.
Yeah, they've gotten, I think, all but one of their rockets that launched successfully back. We had a forward closure failure on one of them, but yeah, it's good to see people getting certified. It's good to see more amateur rocketeers in Canada. It's always fun. How many people? Oh, 78 people. Yeah, we're wishing luck to the recovery teams too.
Yes.
Do we know, have we heard anything from OTEC?
Their team was getting sent out earlier, I
Okay.
heard, so they're about to go on recovery. I think they're just getting set up at their car, and then they're going to drive out to where they think their rocket is.
Do they have telemetry?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
They definitely have some information, because they wouldn't send them out if they had no idea where it was. So,
Well, I think somebody saw their rocket come down. I think they misnamed it Carlton, but
yeah, I think that was down near the advanced pads.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if it's near there, then that's good. Then they can
fingers
just drive
crossed
out there.
they're able to get their rocket back.
Yep. It's important.
Yep. Yeah, but I haven't heard of any completely lost rockets, or
No.
at least not from the university teams yet. So. So what does it mean when the range status is red or yellow? So this has nothing to do with the airspace and everything to do with what's going on with the rockets.
We're yellow right now.
Yeah, we are yellow at the moment. In fact, we're. Oh no, yeah, we are yellow.
We're going to be going red soon, I believe, for
So
Sherbrooke.
to go back through the range status for people who might have missed it, green range is there is no risk of explosions essentially, or there's no risk in so far as anything going on at the pads. That is, people can travel out to the launch pads. That is, you can set up and take down rockets. People can go on recovery if they are if they've already launched their rockets. Range yellow means that rockets are on the pad and that the energetics are charged. So this is not the actual rocket motor, but this is the ejection charges so that the parachutes can come out. So, I think we just got range is hot. Yeah, so we've just switched to range red. It seems like we're going to be launching Sherbrooke within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, so range yellow is sort of a warning period. And this is when it's possible that, a ejection system deploys unexpectedly or something like that, but not that the rocket motor is likely to explode, because there's no igniter in the rocket motors yet. And so the last step is, once there are igniters in the rocket motors, that is to say that we have a primed and ready to go rocket, then the range goes to red. Everyone has to clear off of the pads. We have to go back to a minimum safe distance. So where we're sitting here is the minimum safe distance for these solid pads.
Best seats in the house.
Best seats in the house.
Aside from up there.
Yeah, exactly.
Range is hot, and so are you.
Wow, thanks, Nico. I appreciate the
Nico.
compliment.
Got you.
You have infinite Riz, I guess, now.
Yeah.
So
It's
Am I
the flight
using-
suit. The flight suit
Yeah,
comes on,
yeah.
and Nico just gets very rizzy.
Yeah, you should look out.
And so a red range is launching soon, hopefully.
Yeah.
Chris, the LCO,
You
the
can
launch
see there in
control
the
officer,
bottom right of your screen.
who is visible in the bottom right, is oh, so here we have the Sherbrooke team driving past us, coming back from the pad. You guys are looking good?
Everything's good.
Nice. Does somebody want to come talk?
Maybe later. but-
Okay, sounds
Sure.
good. We'll get some folks from the University of Sherbrooke in a bit, but
The rest will be fine. Okay.
yeah. So sounds like we have some launches coming up in the near future. I forgot what I was saying earlier.
I think you were saying that you wish you were there right now
And
in Sherbrooke.
I am actually quite happy being here. I like watching rockets launch.
I think we should have driven all the way there for the eclipse.
Would have been a good spot. We saw the eclipse pretty nicely though.
Oh yeah, we did.
And the people in Montreal managed to find Scott Manley, so we
Yeah.
managed to get a cameo from the man, the myth, the legend, DJ S&M himself.
And now to your audience, here he comes on the left side.
No.
No, unfortunately.
You had me
Unfortunately,
for
he
a second
couldn't. He
there.
couldn't make it in person, but maybe in future years. We have the connection now.
Can you imagine how good of a segue that would have been?
Yeah. Nico, did you bring the Nikon?
It's
Yes,
up. It's up set up.
Okay,
We're
it's set up.
tracking.
Perfect.
We are tracking today,
Yep.
folks.
We do
We're
have
gonna
a
track
tracking
the
cam.
rocket.
There was some miscommunication with the camera lenses this morning, and we forgot to bring one of the lenses, but we have a different lens set up for the tracking cam.
Yeah.
Not that, as you have seen over the last 2 days, our skills with rocket tracking are that high, but we're doing our best.
If anything, actually, it's going to be easier to track this because the frame's going to be wider.
Yeah, exactly.
Practice makes perfect.
We got a couple of them that we tracked for a couple of good seconds though yesterday.
Oh yeah.
But,
Next year, if anybody wants to work on a project this year and build us a rocket tracking rig, then we would be very grateful. You can come out and run it yourself, but
I want like one of the you know like what they have like at Disney where they have like like almost like a scissor lift but like just like on the end it's just like a robotic arm with like someone with like a little thing. I want to see that thing kind of moving around, capturing the rocket,
that would be sick.
getting all the action. So if any of you fine folks out there have any plugs or know anyone with cameras.
Okay,
that are-
I'm gonna go up and start tracking because it sounds like we're launching imminently. Cool. Rose, I'm gonna take you up on coming to Montreal. I'm gonna be in Montreal in September.
there you go.
See you later.
See ya.
Balance the frame out a little bit.
So Brendan, I hear you like ducks.
I like ducks.
You like ducks?
Yeah, ducks are pretty cool animals, honestly. You could just like have a pet duck. Like you can even just go to the park and you can take one. Like it's like they're free, I hear.
They're free?
Yeah, the ducks in the park are free.
Why?
They're free. Like they're just there.
Yeah, so I would
We won't get to see him press the button, but that's okay.
yeah.
Totally fine.
Yeah.
People want to see their rocket.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can just they're just there in the park.
Have you ever gotten a duck from
No.
the park?
I haven't. I actually don't know how to pick up a duck. I haven't watched that YouTube video yet.
Is there actually a YouTube
Yeah,
video? on
yeah.
how
There's a
to pick
YouTube
up
video
duck?
about how to pick up a duck. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Jeez. The geese are also free, but they're a little bit more.
Oh yeah.
Cobra chickens are dangerous.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Do not recommend. No ducks nor geese or gooses were harmed during this live stream.
I don't even think there's any out here. I haven't seen a duck, seagull, or goose out here.
I think I saw a bear yesterday.
Saw a bear?
Running across the road on the way back to the hotel.
Damn. Yeah, we saw a moose yesterday too.
Yeah, maybe the bear was chasing a moose.
Could be. Do bears hunt meese?
I don't know.
You don't
It's
know.
like if a bear chases, like a deer, like sure, but like, moose have much bigger antlers. I hear.
Yeah. It sounds like we're about to start the launch sequence for Sherbrooke here. We're gonna move our camera out here to get a nice shot of the students.
I don't like where you are. You need to be lower. Over. I'm behind a bank. Do you have line of sight on the rocket? Over. Barely, not at all. If we get down, we will not see it. We're down and no view.
So we're waiting on Sherbrooke's launch here. It will happen momentarily. Everyone's got their phone out to record it. We have someone on our tracking cam ready to catch it, so.
We only lock it out there.
Road closure. Maintain that electric zone is still clear and roads are still closed. Do we confirm that
Launch control is just going through their checklist. It'll be momentarily that Sherbrooke will be launching.
okay, we have road confirming go for launch, recovery and previously confirmed go for launch.
Looks like the roads are closing up, which is good. Don't want anyone on the roads.
We're go for launch. I'm hearing from the range safety officer and launch control. They're starting the sequence now.
On pad 3, we have Syria, which is Phoenix, which is University of Sherbrooke, flying at 03400, and with the isolating mushroom UVic injection system. How did the second go? At altitude 21,000. And we are going on pad 3. Team, are you go for launch? Go for launch. Make it fly.
We got it back.
Good.
No, it's gone.
Initiating countdown. Sorry, not initiating countdown. Pad arm. Maintain continuity. Pad 3 continuity.
We got the settings and then it goes away.
Looking up. Skies are clear. Winds are nominal. We're go for launch. Countdown. In 5, 4, 3,
1. That is University of Sherbrooke. And like Drake always said, you know, we started at the bottom and now it's up there. There we go.
Honestly, probably gonna go half. Oh my god! I thought it was like right. Yeah.
Is anything on fire? Yeah.
What's your descent rate? It's nominal! What is it? Minus 120 feet. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Alright, Aaron here, taking over commentary for a second. We just got word their descent is 120 feet per second. We've also been told this is a nominal descent rate. The team's very excited. The public here is also very excited. It's the first launch of the day.
What's your altitude?
The longest photo is an 08,000. They're halfway up. No, we would. No, they do.
A beautiful first launch. We're still waiting to get a visual. We haven't spotted it yet, but from telemetry, the descent is nominal.
It's a more complicated process. So below and to the left. No, because we have Waterloo, liquid, lower full liquid. No, solid. Yeah, no, you're not going to see more than last year. We could have seen an 08,000. Yeah.
Still at 120?
It's at the level of the
Okay.
Alright, just got confirmation. We're still experiencing nominal descent, and some people on the ground here have a visual.
Yeah. I don't think I mean, he couldn't really. I was holding the rocket.
Wheel man!
Oh, wait, did we?
Just want to confirm, do we have another rocket on the rails ready to go right now? Static status is negative, there's only 1/3 in the tunnel. Copy that, so roads are going to be open? Roads can be open as of right now, over. By the way, static, there's probably a bird right over you right now.
Oh, it's below it already.
This was the only rocket in the salvo, so as soon as we get main deployment, the range will return to green. Descent's still nominal. They've maintained telemetry. We're still waiting on main deployment. Oh, we hear clapping. That sounds like a main chute deployment.
Static side. You're down by the static pad, and the static confirmed good nominal main deployment.
Alright. From the static pad, we've just heard, we received word from over there that they have visual on nominal main chute deployment. This is great news for Sherbrooke. As far as we can tell, this is a completely nominal flight, and we're looking forward for their recovery. Alright. Visual just above the forest line. Great news. Congratulations, Sherbrooke.
Some of them did. I know.
All right.
That's fine. They
So, we just got word some of the recovery teams, now that the range is green, are going to return to finding their rocket. Among them, Ontario Tech in particular, is returning to find their rocket. Again, beautiful launch from Sherbrooke. We've seen so many nominal flights over the course of this competition, this event, and it's great news for not only all the students here, but everyone watching as well, as you love to see a beautiful flight. The conditions have been absolutely perfect for launching these last 2 days, so while I don't think we'll have as many launches today as we did yesterday, we still expect to see quite a few launches today. Particularly later in the day, we're going to start seeing some certification flights. So, Just for a moment, I'm going to stop the commentary so we can organize what to show next.
Well, seeing as the Sherbrooke just launched, I guess we're going to show a quick interview from them that we got a couple days ago at the conference center, so that we can get you some background about their rocket and their journey here. It sounds like this is their first launch, so quite an impressive nominal first launch. That's a
Almost unheard of.
Yeah, exactly. That's an incredible feat. So congrats to everyone who's worked on that rocket. And we'll cue that up just in a moment here.
All right, I'm back with Sherbrooke here. I'm Aaron, and this is
Guillaume.
Oh, and so can you bring us through, first of all, an overview of your rocket? What competition or rather, what's your projected altitude? The big swing parts of your rocket here.
Okay, so we are part of the basic 10K cuts competition. So our motor is a O3400 from CTI. Our projected altitude is 19K feet, so quite high, with a max velocity of Mach 1.3.
Okay.
And that's pretty much it. We have what makes us separate from the other team maybe is our CO2 separation that is fully redundant, and our payload, which is some mushrooms that isolates smoke. So during the descent of the rocket, there will be a smoke that will be released to help with the recovery team.
Well, that's really cool, and I'll ask more about the payload in a second. But first, I want to look at the rocket itself. You mentioned your dual CO2 recovery system. Do you want to expand on that?
Yeah, well, we have a commercial solution that is called the Tinder Eagle, that uses a small amount of black powder to pierce CO2 cartridges. Blue Ravens and egg timer button, sorry. And it is all fully redundant. So all systems are separated from each other. So like that, if one fails, the other one can do its job properly.
And then the second thing that really stuck out to me there was using an O3400 motor, right?
Yeah.
That's really, really, really powerful. So I guess what kind of were the decisions into selecting that?
Well, our work philosophy for this rocket was really make it work, and we didn't optimize it a lot because it is our first rocket as a group.
That's very smart.
And so what we did, we took the first motor for this 5400, and CTI didn't left us on blank for this one, and chose to give us the O3400. So it wasn't a decision on our part, but we made it fit. It fits and it works. And the sentence for that rocket is really, it just works, and it will work.
I mean, that's what they say. First step is always make it work, then make it good.
Exactly.
And if it doesn't work, you can't make it good.
Yeah.
So I guess is like your payload nearby? Can we see it, or is it in checking right now?
Right now we don't have the mushrooms in.
Right.
And a lot of people near the payload. Since in the nose cone there's only a camera and a GPS. The nose cone is in the bottom tube with our fin cam. Another thing that is different from other teams is we have a lot of 3D printed parts, and that are fuselage. So our nose cone is fully 3D printed. It is a special material which is nylon reinforced with glass fiber, so the radio from the GPS can pass through and we can communicate with it. And the fin cam, where the strings are slot in, is also 3D printed. So that's kind of where we want to develop our expertise for rocketry.
And so, on top of that, unlike a lot of other teams, this is actually like your first competition, right?
Exactly.
So, like, how has that kind of influenced your design, other than your oversizing the motor and your overbuilding the things? What other challenges has that kind of presented to your team?
Well, it presented all the challenges that every team has to work with. We had to find a mentor that helped us, and our mentor helped us a lot to develop and begin to know manufacturers. We didn't know anything about rocketry. So last September, we started from zero, and now we're here with fruity shoots, tubes from Composite Warehouse, and all our stock that we bought and built with our experience.
Okay. I mean, that's fantastic. Your rocket looks great. I mean, good luck. Is there anything else you want to say to the live stream before I go?
No, really, it's just I'm thankful for our sponsors that helped us, and Université de Sherbrooke with the Studio de Création that helped us build that rocket.
Thanks very much. All right, I'm back with Sherbrooke here. I'm Aaron, and this is
Guillaume.
Oh, and so can you bring us through, first of all, an overview of your rocket? What competition or rather, what's your projected altitude? The big swing parts of your rocket here.
Okay, so we are part of the basic 10K cuts competition. So our motor is a O3400 from CTI. Our projected altitude is 19K feet, so quite high, with a max velocity of Mach 1.3.
Okay.
And that's pretty much it. We have what makes us separate from the other team maybe is our CO2 separation that is fully redundant, and our payload, which is some mushrooms that isolates smoke. So during the descent of the rocket, there will be a smoke that will be released to help with the recovery team.
Well, that's really cool, and I'll ask more about the payload in a second. But first, I want to look at the rocket itself. You mentioned your dual CO2 recovery system. Do you want to expand on that?
Yeah, well, we have a commercial solution that is called the Tinder Eagle, that uses a small amount of black powder to pierce CO2 cartridges. Our altimeters are Blue Ravens and egg timer proton, sorry. And it is all fully redundant. So all systems are separated from each other. So like that, if one fails, the other one can do its job properly.
And then the second thing that really stuck out to me there was using an O3400 motor, right?
Yeah.
That's really, really, really powerful. So I guess what kind of were the decisions into selecting that?
Yeah. Well, our work philosophy for this rocket was really make it work, and we didn't optimize it a lot because it is our first rocket as a group.
That's very smart.
And so what we did, we took the first motor for this rocket was the N5400, and CTI didn't left us on blank for this one and chose to give us the O3400. So it wasn't a decision on our part, but we made it fit. It fits and it works. And the sentence for that rocket is really, it just works, and it will work.
I mean, that's what they say. First step is always make it work, then make it good.
Exactly.
And if it doesn't work, you can't make it good.
Yeah.
So I guess is like your payload nearby? Can we see it, or is it in checking right now?
Right now we don't have the mushrooms in.
Right.
And a lot of people near the payload. Since in the nose cone there's only a camera and a GPS. The nose cone is in the bottom tube with our fin cam. Another thing that is different from other teams is we have a lot of 3D printed parts and that are fuselage. So our nose cone is fully 3D printed. It is a special material which is nylon reinforced with glass fiber. So the radio from the GPS can pass through and we can communicate with it. And the fin cam, where the strings are slot in, is also 3D printed. So that's kind of where we want to develop our expertise for rocketry.
And so, on top of that, unlike a lot of other teams, this is actually like your first competition, right?
Exactly.
So, like, how has that kind of influenced your design, other than your oversizing the motor and your overbuilding the thing? What other challenges has that kind of presented to your team?
Well, it presented all the challenges that every team has to work with. We had to find a mentor that helped us, and our mentor helped us a lot to develop and begin to know manufacturers. We didn't know anything about rocketry. So last September, we started from zero, and now we're here with fruity shoots, tubes from Composite Warehouse, and all our stock that we bought and built with our experience.
Okay. I mean, that's fantastic. Your rocket looks great. I mean, good luck. Is there anything else you want to say to the live stream before I go?
No, really, it's just I'm thankful for our sponsors that helped us, and Université de Sherbrooke with the Studio de Création that helped us build that rocket.
Thanks very much. All right, I'm back with Sherbrooke here.
Okay, we're back. Hopefully you got a little bit out of Sherbrooke there. We'll see if we can get them once they're calmed down a little bit. Do you want to come on for a bit? Yeah, come on in. We're gonna have Chris join us in a second as well, so you'll get some. Do you want to sit over here?
Yep.
And give Aaron your name and.
Alright. Okay, so I'm.
And then this is your mute button here.
Okay. Is it mute live?
Now you're live.
Alright, so it's unmuted?
Yeah, you're good.
Perfect. So I'm Guillaume Bélin, the technical lead for University of Sherbrooke team's Sirius. So we just launched Phoenix, our first rocket. Our flight was nominal, as you could see. Shoot straight. The drogue opened at apogee, descended at the right rate. And yeah, the main opened and we landed. I was told on a road near the static pads.
So you've got a nice easy recovery?
Yeah, we got an easy recovery, possibly. Well, I don't know
crossed.
yet.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. I will touch wood once I see wood, but yeah, knocked on wood.
So this was your guys' first launch. How does it feel?
It feels great. I mean, it's been a year that I've put time on that rocket as every other team, and it was quite an investment. I know I'm thankful for everyone that helped with the project, every member of the team, and also the ones that are not here now, that stayed in Sherbrooke, and also our mentor George Yu from UBC.
That's pretty incredible. It's I'm very, very impressed. I can't understate that. It's impressive
Thank
to
you.
see a rocket nominal launch on its first attempt. That is wild.
Thanks.
We just played the interview that we took with you guys from a couple days ago, and this thing that you kept repeating is we just chose things that work. It just is supposed to work, and it really, really looks like it. Also, that 03400 is incredible. It burns like a...
Oh, yeah. I was expecting to see some sort of coning. So when I don't know if you explain coning, but
go for it.
When the motor shoots for a long time, sometimes the rocket starts to oscillate to rotate in a form of a cone while climbing, and that could cause some stresses on the rocket that are not calculated and simulated and prepared for.
Yep.
So I was expected to see some sort of cooling at the end of the motor, but I didn't see any. It was straight like a line.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, that was really, really nice. So what's next for you guys? Do you have an idea of what your next project is? Are you going to be back here next year?
Oh yeah, we are definitely coming back, and not on the basic pad. We are planning a few things. Maybe a demonstration for a liquid engine.
Oh wow! Okay.
And maybe a hybrid rocket. We need to see. We'll see what we can do, but after that launch, I am quite confident that we can pull out a lot of things that are impressive.
Now that you've launched, you'll probably see some new team members too. I think you'll sort of start to collect more people.
And also the first university semester for a lot of students is beginning in a week.
Yeah.
So we will be ready to show them a rocket that
flew. Yeah.
And is recovered and in, I hope, a good state.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Hopefully you don't have to pick it out of a tree, but if it landed on the road, so much the better.
Yeah. I hope not to pull out the chainsaw and cut down a tree.
It sounds like Rockets had that problem earlier. So
I saw the rocket, and actually the tree crushed the rocket.
Oh.
While it fell down.
Oh no, that's tragic.
Yeah. But they recovered the telemetry and everything's good.
Okay, sounds good.
So that's cool.
Well, did you want to say anything else to the folks at home?
Well, thank you to everyone at Sherbrooke to helping us with that rocket. I hope I see you for next year for a bigger project and a very nicer one. And also thank you to all our sponsors that helped us. Also like CTI, OneShape, and also the Studio Création at Sherbrooke, which helped us build many parts of that rocket.
The lab techs at universities are wizards.
Oh no, we were the lab techs. We learned while building. That's the thing that is special with that rocket. We learned everything. We made everything, except a few parts that we bought, of course. But no, what we wanted to make. It's not technicians at Sherbrooke that made them.
No, it's
us.
fully you guys.
Yeah.
Wow,
so
impressive.
I'm quite impressed by the team for that.
Wow, congratulations again.
Thanks. So,
there you go.
Thanks.
No worries. Congrats again. That's genuinely super impressive. Hey! And some bear hugs for Guillaume. So in the near future, while everything is relatively quiet here, we should have the person that we have referred to many times, but that we haven't seen, at least not in screen. Do you want to go get him? Come join us. Chris Hobbs, our LCO, our Launch Control Officer. He has been very busy over the last few days, and we finally caught him in a quiet moment, and so we'll be able to get him on and get him to tell us a little bit about what his journey has been like and what his week has been like so far, and what he does. We're just confirming that Alec, our drone operator, has found Sirius's rocket. The man, the myth, the legend himself. Chris Hobbs, everybody.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Are we? Oh, you're muted.
Oh,
now
we
you're
go.
live.
Okay. Hello.
How's it going?
Very well. Yesterday
Good
was a
first
big
launch?
Day. It was a great day yesterday. Yeah. We had 10 university teams launch and 9 of them off this main pad here.
Wow.
And the highest was Queens at 29,000 feet. But we've had a lot of big flights and almost all of them nominal, which is great.
That's incredible. Wild to see so many clean flights.
Exactly. It's really a testament to the quality of the Canadian rocketry community and the quality of the Canadian teams. 2022 was our first year, and it was growing pains for all of us. Now that we're 2 years in, this is our third round, and we're all the quality of all of the teams has improved over the time, and Spaceport is now tired of Canadian teams going down and.
Oh,
so sorry.
Chris is being called in. Give us just a moment. So it sounds like USASC is looking to recover their rocket.
Recovery LCO, yes. Send them out. Over.
What is that? Yes or no?
LCO confirmed. Yes, send them out. Over.
Acknowledged. Yeah, they're just going over to the advanced pad where they believe their rocket landed very close to it, and I advised them to retreat from the advanced pad if it goes hot. Over.
Excellent. That's sound advice. Okay. Standing by channel.
Never a dull moment. And more radio chatter.
I'll turn that down.
That's all good. Okay, so taking a step back, introduce yourself to the camera. What are you doing here? How did you get here?
My name is Christopher Hobbs. I am Launch Control Officer for Launch Canada. It is sort of the dream job of amateur rocketry. It is a glorified traffic cop. A little bit quarterback, a little bit traffic cop. It's as much yes you can go here, no you can't go here.
As we just saw.
As you just see. It's a fun job because you really want these university teams to succeed, and you try and help them as much as you can. And it's great to just be a part of the Launch Canada team and to see it all work.
And so, how did you get into rocketry? I know you've told me this a little bit before, but you're not, you were not a competitor at one of these competitions in the past.
No, I came into this through absolute dumb luck. I was living in Houston, Texas. I took my kids to see NASA. We built a little we saw a NASA Alka-Seltzer rocket, which was literally went 10 feet, but it taught my kids the value of equal and opposite reactions. And Newton's laws now have advanced a little bit, or at least our knowledge of them.
Yep.
So we went from a little Alka-Seltzer rocket to making propellant in our garage, which we now know is well, you can't do that in Canada anyway.
Okay.
And you can do it in the U.S. under certain circumstances. But yeah, we were in Houston for 2 years and had the opportunity to launch with some really great guys, and they sort of taught. So the Tripoli Houston people taught me how to design, build, and fly. And I have a good friend who is a professional boat builder who taught me how to laminate with carbon fiber and fiberglass. And so it was great to just put the two together and having two different specialists in each discipline, being fabrication and design, build, and fly for rockets. So yeah, it was great to be able to put it together and learn a lot. And then when I moved home, there wasn't really a whole lot of people that had that combination of being able to custom fabricate in a high altitude, high powered rocketry community. So the skill set was needed, and I met Adam, and the rest is history.
The rest is history, and here you are today. Do you have a count on how many rockets you've launched personally?
I do in my, but we're talking several hundred. It's any from the little ones to the big ones. It was great to be able to fly a lot. I was flying every month for a number of years, and flying a number of rockets every month for a number of years. So the best part about that is you learn what not to do really, really quickly, because you make mistakes. And as a neophyte starting from base zero, I made a lot of mistakes, and I also watched a lot of other people make a lot of mistakes. But then also I made a lot of friends who were really good quasi-professional flyers, and you just see the value of a checklist. You learn the value of of a proper testing procedure.
Mhm.
You know, how to properly test your rockets on the ground to make sure that they perform nominally in the air. And then I didn't know what I didn't know at the beginning.
Yep.
And then the more you learn and the more you fail, the more you fail, and in the end, the more you succeed.
No, for sure. I mean, we've touched a couple times on the community that's sort of around us here, and it's fun to see all of the students. But I definitely, all of the mentors here are so important. I mean, you were one of our mentors at Carleton for a couple of years. I remember getting on a Zoom call with you in deep COVID and learning how to lay up nose cones. So
Yes.
it's one step at a time, one failed part to one part surviving, and sort of it's a really, really cool thing to sort of be able to have that personal connection to all of the things that you build and learn. And yeah.
And in terms of mentorship, all of the people at Tripoli Houston and my friend Keith Robinson, who taught me how to fabricate,
Yeah.
it was through the kindness and generosity of others that I know what I know now. So it just makes
Passing
sense
the
to
buck
be able
along.
to pass it on.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's incredible. I did want to ask you, so we saw 10 university launches, 19 19 launches total yesterday, one this morning, and a couple out at the advanced pads.
Yep.
How are we looking at the moment? What's your sort of expectation for how today is going to go looking forward?
So we just sent Sherbrooke. UVic went out to the pad, had UVic is having really bad luck this week. It
happens. Yeah, exactly.
They're just debugging. They get good, and then you set up to launch, and then you realize that things are not quite nominal, and then they were nominal to the point where we could have sent them, but they wouldn't have gotten any of the data that they wanted. And
Yeah.
so this was not a flight issue. This was let's get the data. Like
They were
rockets-
safe. They were
Yes.
likely going to have a decent flight, but they want to make sure that they're getting all of the information that they aimed on.
Correct. And that goes back to the point that rockets are really designed to be a tool to do something. What is your rocket designed to do?
Yep.
And so for them, what the rocket was designed to do would not have been nominal. So
Exactly.
So the flight would have been fine, and the recovery would have been fine, but
Yep.
they wouldn't have got the data. So they were wise, and to their credit, they're doing it right.
Exactly. No, we talked with them earlier, and sort of we were talking a little bit about the launch fever and the desire to just kind of they're all sleep deprived. They've all spent a lot of time, trying to figure out how to get this rocket together and get it ready to be on the pad, and they all just want to see it fly, but making sure that they're deliberate in what they're doing, and sort of as I've heard you say, I don't know how many times this week, slow is smooth, smooth is steady, steady is fast.
Exactly. And the doing things correctly the first time just saves work in the end, and makes sure that your quality is there so that you don't have to do it again.
Yep.
There's a saying that there's never time to do it right, but there's time to do it over. Well, just don't follow that advice.
Exactly.
Do it right the first time. Slow and steady, steady is fast.
Yes, indeed. Oh, we have a question. What happened yesterday that caused OTEC's rocket to be launched instead of Carleton's?
That was, we will say that is user error. So what happened was, the way we set it up is the pads, the RSOs put the rockets on the rail.
So the range safety officers.
Range safety officer puts the rocket on the rail, puts the pad number on the flight card, and then, or sometimes doesn't put the number on the flight card. So basically the information was relayed back to me, and then so what I said to the drone operator and to you guys in live stream is we're going pad 3 then pad 2. I was told that it was Carleton on pad 3, and it was not. So I launched pad 3 as I told everyone, but that was the wrong rocket.
That was, well, it was the right rocket ultimately, but not the one that we called out.
Yes. Well, and before, so the other part of our standard operating procedure is when you have a salvo on the rails, if you have a number of rockets, you get all the teams here. You make sure all the teams are go for launch. So you make sure that no one is in the bathroom, that you have telemetry lock with your birds. So all the teams are ready to fly before you start the salvo. So the teams are ready to go.
Yeah.
So the fact that you announced doesn't mean that a tracker wasn't on or whatever.
No.
Before we start the salvo, everything is everything's go for launch. So from that perspective, and that's why you do it that way, because when mistakes happen, you don't have a lost rocket.
Yeah,
It's,
exactly. Everyone had their video cameras up one way or another. Everyone was here.
Well, exactly. And in terms of you guys, everybody was focusing on pad 3, which was the announcement. So,
Yep. So
it was the wrong team, but the right pad.
Perfect. Any other questions for Chris before we let him get back to his very busy work? There's about a 30-second delay on the chat, so it might take a hot second. Oh,
okay.
Nico's coming in hot. You're still muted. There you go. Now you're good.
Okay, I have a very important question.
Okay.
How are you doing?
I'm good. It's this whole thing is you are sleep deprived from the moment you arrive, and I arrived Tuesday night of last week. There was nothing here, so there was no CCAN, there was no deck, this was just forest. The bulldozer hadn't even arrived yet. So the bulldozer came, the CCAN got dropped. We had 36 hours to build the deck that's up on top there.
Yep.
So we did that, and then have to build all the motors, and we coordinate everything with all the teams, but of course we have to be set up before the teams. So anyway, yeah, it was harried getting ready for launch, and then you have the conference Saturday, Sunday, and then so yeah, I have been getting back to the hotel at 10 and back here at 8, and
a lot of driving in between.
An hour to and from. The exciting thing is I've seen 2 bears, and I got within 6 feet of 2 moose. Thankfully, that's why you don't speed on the highways at night, is because this is moose country.
Oh,
so,
yeah. We saw one on the side of the road yesterday. It's
Yep, excellent. So it is a lot of work, but it is incredibly rewarding when you're a part of something that is such a success. And when you see the smiles on everybody's faces and you know the difference that you're making, it just makes it all worthwhile.
The chief of the Metagami First Nation yesterday just kept saying, this is just cool. Like, I don't know how else to put it. It's just cool. And I think that sums it up perfectly. There's nothing else to say.
So, I mean, I got into this with my kids, and my kids were 6 and 4 at the time. And now my daughter is running Bishop Strawn Rocketry team. After Launch Canada 2022, she was inspired.
Sorry to interrupt you. Bishop Strawn, that's how you pronounce it?
Bishop Strawn.
Okay, I have been butchering it this entire week, so...
How have you been pronouncing it?
Strachan, Strachan, anything but right.
All right, there we go.
So yeah, and it's they started off with the little stuff, and they've been with me as we progressed through rocketry. So they've seen, 100 carbon fiber layups. So now that it's time for my daughter to roll her own tubes, it's
she's ready.
She's ready.
Knows what she's doing.
So,
taken after her father.
Well, they both are. My son has his own thoughts on high power rocketry. He is more creative with outboard pods and rear ejection, parachute deployment, and he's much more creative. Whereas my daughter is very much let's build something that is established and will work nominally. So fingers crossed for a nominal flight.
We'll have to get him on the stream in a bit and see his crazy ideas for some rockets.
Putting my son on the live stream might not be a good idea.
Users be warned.
Be warned. Yes. And it's the big thing is inspiration. Rocketry has been great for my kids because if you keep science fun, science does not work. And everybody loves a rocket, and it is both cerebral and guttural at the same time. With the design, build, and all of the complexity of rocket is cerebral, and certainly Waterloo with the first liquid in Canada, the first amateur liquid in Canada, it's cerebral for sure. But then when you press the red button, there's that little butterfly of is it gonna let go or is it gonna go? And if that motor lets go, it's gonna be exciting either way.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
rockets are fun to watch no matter what, but sometimes they're more fun than others.
Exactly. So, but getting back to what it means for kids, if science is fun, they're going to want to, so it is math, it is chemistry, it is physics, it is applied STEM, and laws of physics don't care about your political beliefs or your religious beliefs. And it doesn't care if you think it's a good idea.
Yep.
It's going to tell you whether it was a good idea or not. So it's very humbling from that perspective, because if you think it's a good idea and it's not, that's life.
We've been fortunate to see a ton of clean launches here. I can tell you from having been to Spaceport, where there's 140 some odd teams trying to get off the rail, there's a lot that don't go that way. And they're spectacular to watch, but boy, is that a gut-wrenching feeling when you're on the wrong end of it.
Yes, exactly.
Either way, a blast. So thank you so much, Chris.
Hey, there's the second time that you've said that on the stream. You're getting some props from the chat too.
Yeah,
so
let's go.
Excellent.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Chris Hobbs, LCO extraordinaire.
All right.
How's it going, Nico?
Oh, it's going great. Do you ever talk to someone and you're just like, I don't know what to talk about, and there's like a pause for like a good 3 minutes, and you're just like, I don't know what to say. That was part of our interviews here earlier. We did some live interviews.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, it's a little Akko Taco, but it's
look, it's kind of been the vibe of this week.
Yeah, honestly, you think of engineers, what do you think of, right? It's like you think of very smart brainiacs who, are applying science to the real world,
but are probably socially awkward.
And probably socially awkward. That being said, not all engineers are socially awkward. But there's always the butterflies when you go to class and you're hungry and you have some salad, and the salad is in this container, and it's very loud to open in the middle of a lecture hall. Have you ever experienced that feeling?
The opening something in a quiet room is always terrifying.
Yeah, I prefer opening a can in the middle of nature, and if you're in the middle of a valley, and you probably know Jasper as an example, if you're just in the middle there and there's no one around and you can just open up, so that's always good. But
it echoes. I mean, honestly, being here once all the teams are gone and all the generators are shut down for the day, and it is lovely and quiet.
Yeah, can you imagine being a worm or some sort of animal just chilling in the woods, having a good time, and then all of a sudden you see this massive ballistic projectile go soaring in the air. You're like, holy mother of pearl, you gotta.
Nico, if I was a worm, would you still love me?
Of course. I think people in the chat want to see you do the worm.
I cannot do the worm, so I'm not even going to try.
All right, well, we'll see, though. We'll see how many comments we can get just now saying, Simon, do the worm.
I'm not doing... Sorry? Poll.
Yeah, do a poll, Aaron. We got to get that engagement.
Look, I'm not gonna promise anything, because I just straight up can't do the worm. You're going to see me lay on my stomach.
I think it's worth a shot, though. If it's just you laying on the table, at least you get a little break. Talking on the stream for 3 days straight. Oh, there you go. We got 100%, Simon. Let's go. Okay.
Horrible.
I love this engagement from the crowd. How many viewers do we have out there? Let's see. 57.
Boy, oh boy.
Thank you very much to all 57 of you. If we get 69 viewers right now, we will have Simon do the worm on the stream.
God.
Yeah, and we need 1,000 subscribers, or we're fired. Yes, unspeakable things, which we're not going to speak about because they're unspeakable things that Adam would do to us. Oh,
okay, McMaster's cleared final, so we might be coming back to some launches rather than me doing the worm on stream, which nobody wants to see.
I'd also like to give a quick shout out to McMaster, Lauren, for giving me this arm here. I was quite emotional when I lost my arm that she took, and so her giving me this really evened the playing field. I also want to give a quick shout out to my mom for doing the majority of the sewing on this.
Come on, Nico, sew your own patches.
Well, okay, but I gave her advertisement space, and that's what we're gonna do here. So I didn't quite finish talking about it earlier, but this is my mom's business, Birch Photographics, based in Edmonton, Alberta.
Does she sponsor the live stream?
No, but she sponsored me through all those hard years in school and not in school.
No, fair enough.
So I want to give a shout out to all you moms out there.
I appreciate the sentiment, Ali, but as much as learning the worm is the same as building a rocket, I don't think you want to see me try and learn the worm on stream.
I think we want give
I
the people what they want.
I can build a rocket on stream, but I can't necessarily do the worm on stream. We do have a lot of cert rocket building left to do, so.
Okay, I want to check in one more time. How many streamers do we got? How many viewers do we have? Just under 60. Okay, well that's not enough for Simon to do the worm. We need 69.
Simon will promise to learn tonight and do it tomorrow.
Learn tonight and do it tomorrow. There you go.
I don't know if I can learn the worm in one night, but I can certainly try.
Yeah.
I might just hit the ground and fall asleep.
No, it's
quite
like
frankly.
Just gotta let your body go loose. Just feel free. But yes, we will still love you, Simon, whether or not you do the worm, or whether or not you are a worm. I'm not.
If
convinced
I turn
yet,
into a worm.
Yes.
Okay.
So.
Rocket name.
Rocket name. The worm.
So okay.
There we go.
I still need to name this sucker. I still need to finish it too.
I think we should name it Sandy Cheeks.
I need to paint it and I need to give it a name. So if you have any thoughts, I am doing the dangerous thing of going out to the.
Ooh.
Oh, there we go. We've
There
got
we go.
Gus with a fully painted and named rocket.
No, you're part of it.
We're just vamping and filling space, so you're always welcome.
There we
All
go.
right, Kate, if you're watching, which you're probably not.
Here.
You're studying insurance.
You're back.
This is this is my level 1. This is your level 1?
This is my semi-completed level 1.
Sweet.
This is my level 1.
I don't know what that means.
Nico's still trying to build his level 1.
Keep at it, man.
Yeah, I know. I just like, I love streaming too much, the folks at home, seeing them, not seeing them on the camera.
Yours is...
See, his is clean.
Yours is nice. I like the way you marked stuff.
No,
and the 5 fins as well.
Can we just take a second to appreciate how well he did these fins?
Yes.
Speaking of fins, I'm not finished.
You're not even started.
Well, I'm also not finished. From Finland either. But yeah, okay. But yes, I have not started. Do you have any advice for me on how to get started on, or folks at home, how to get started on their rockets?
Yeah, it's really easy. Start. No, I'm serious, because you can sit and you can think and you can think and you can draw stuff and you can. And I struggle with this all the time, where I over-engineer a thing or overthink a thing. Start.
Okay.
Like, get a kit, because it's not going to go together easy. You're going to need to fiddle with it, and you're learning all the time. And the other advice is don't be so critical about how you're doing it. Do it right, but if you make mistakes, don't beat yourself up, because, it's rocket science, for one thing. And you're new at it, so you're learning, right? So don't get all nervous about it, right? Don't try and make the perfect rocket, because I learned this from motorcycles. Your first bike is not your last bike, right?
Yeah.
Your first bike is your first bike. So
it's meant to get beat up. It's meant to
you ride, and then you figure out stuff. So just build a rocket. Don't pick the perfect one, because you don't know what the perfect one is.
Yep,
it's true.
And then build it. So start.
Okay.
We'll have to find you some tubes and
yes.
get you on the process.
Do you know if we have any spare?
There's lots of people are building rockets here.
Okay.
Like all over.
We might get.
And there's lots of people that will help. I brought tools, and I'm helping Pura get his going. You know, I brought a second motor because if you're buying one, why not buy two?
Exactly.
And so he might use mine.
Right on.
And he's going to borrow my insulated blanket for wadding if he can't find any.
Perfect.
So that's what's nice around here. It's very
there's lots of spare
cooperative
parts.
and happy. If people want to get people up, it's not he sucks, blah blah blah. Not you.
Brendan is getting called out on the stream here.
So yeah, just start and ask for help.
Yeah.
And ask the dumb questions because you're dumb. I'm dumb. I ask dumb questions all the time.
Yeah, I think it's very important, you know, you like approaching any new problem, like when you're talking to people that you're asking questions, you know, there is no dumb question. The only dumb questions really are the ones that go unasked, really. And speaking of which, I'm curious, like, you have some tinfoil in there. Do you mind if I show the streams?
Oh, please, go ahead.
It's pretty cool, folks. Is this tinfoil or aluminum?
That's the aluminum tape you buy for duct work.
Yeah.
And I put that in because this is a Aerotech Sumo kit that I bought from All Rockets.
Yeah.
And when I was when I went to the motor setting class to get the motor prepared for the launch, there was a suggestion from one of the RSOs that I put tape like that in there because the motor might chug a bit, and because it's made of cardboard, it might catch fire, which I thought would be cool because it would just be this burning, you know. It's hard to get the certification when the rocket is destroyed, but you know, I can always build another rocket, but I don't. Sorry.
But fireworks are cool too.
Fireworks are cool.
That's not what we're here
That's
for.
not the point of it.
Yeah.
So they had suggested just a little bit of aluminum sheathing tape, and I happened to bring some with me because I brought everything.
Smart. I also really like how you included the specs on here as well, and also your phone number for if it ever gets lost in the woods. I think that's a very good.
So the reason I put this on the label, it's a stage, the mass with the motor, stability, center of gravity measurement, and all that, because I'm gonna forget. in 3 months, if I have this on the shelf and I want to redo stuff and I can't find the file, I can always look at the label and know even what kind of motor it will use. Right?
Yeah, I think there's no shame in labels too. You know, it's a bit of a brain dump so that you can focus your brain power elsewhere as well.
And it's also on the nose cone inside.
Oh, okay, right on.
Because they may separate.
Yeah, and I like too. You added a very special sticker there.
Yes, my unicorn. Because that was last year when I was here as a volunteer.
I don't know if you can see that or not.
I built some of those little ones, the little ones we launched in the soccer field, and I kept that one. I took that one off that rocket and put it on this rocket. So
I believe what we just saw here was I believe that is McMaster going to the pad right now.
Ooh.
They cleared safety not too long ago, and there is a rocket, I believe, in the back of that truck. So
that'll be exciting.
That will be exciting.
So I was talking with the search and rescue techs that are going out with recovery teams.
Yep.
And I was out with them yesterday. It was really interesting. Like, he's worth getting in here to interview about what their role is here and what their role generally is in Timmins. But this morning, he had talked with others and got the data from the landings, and they're all clustering in the same area because of the prevailing winds, even the high power stuff that's going like 27,000 feet. They're all landing in the same zone, which is interesting, he thought. So
should almost just like make a little target on the ground and see if make the challenge a little bit more challenging there. Give bonus points if they can hit it.
Oh, I think that would be awesome.
That would be cool.
Yeah. So I'm hoping this will land within 50 feet of the pad.
Yeah.
That's my, because I don't want to walk.
Yeah, honestly.
How are you going to get it to land within 50 feet of the
high
pad?
altitude, low opening. So I have a Jolly Logic altimeter, and it's really neat because it's a device about the size of a Zippo lighter, and it has a tiny servo motor in it, and you set the altitude at the pad or near the pad, and then when it launches, it detects the launch event, the acceleration, and then it detects apogee and then it starts to measure the altitude for opening, and then it just pops the servo, and there's an elastic band around the parachute wad, so it's acting as a drogue until the parachute opens, and then it'll open at 300 feet and land in my hand. If I was able to stand down there, but that was, like I said, I didn't want it to drift super far. So,
nice.
Because age and treachery beats youth and enthusiasm every time. So, but were you? What, are you part of a team?
No, actually, I'm here as a sponsor with MDA.
Ah!
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm excited about, like, your presentations were really
Thank you.
quite awesome.
I didn't present.
No, but the team, your group that was there.
Yeah, no, Amy McLeod had a very like touching kind of.
I wanted to talk to her because my grandparents were in South Porcupine when they came here after the Second World War, and my grandfather worked in the Hollinger mine, and then so I don't know how her parents got up here, or her grandparents, because it'd be her grandparents probably. South Porcupine is like down the road from Timmins, like.
Where's that relative?
It's where the Northern College is.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, Amy said she's originally from Elliott Lake, I believe.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still kind of close. I wouldn't be able to spot it on a map unless I looked at the map for a while. But.
Well, I want to make time to go to where the house was, where they lived, because I'd heard stories growing up of my grandfather making a cement bench to put on the opposite side of the road where the lake was, so he could sit there, because he did cement work, and so I want to see if it's still there, or parts of it or something. So we'll see. But it's an amazing place up here.
Lots of history that
yeah,
I wasn't aware of.
And just the way the country looks, and people have been really nice.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Like we were driving back from the pad yesterday, and just like the sunset, it was actually in the sky for quite a long time here, being far north. So it's just like reminded me a little bit of home, being back in the prairies, where it's like you see it kind of set.
Whereabouts?
Edmonton area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it was pretty nice. Because like living in Toronto, sets a lot sooner, but if you went even closer to the equator, it'd be a lot shorter. So it's very pretty. It actually kind of reminded me of the paint job on one of I don't think it was Chief Jenny's rocket necessarily, but one of the other ones that was there. It was painted really nicely. It kind of reminded me of the sky, or vice versa, I should say. But yeah.
Well, there's the way the land is. It's like a lot of horizontal, and then vertical, and then field, right? The way the trees are here, it's not deciduous or Carolingian forest. It's all very straight up and down, and it's kind of interesting to see how the light plays with that. I like to paint also, so I just think, I got to take this all in so I can paint with what is inspiring from out here.
What kind of medium do you use?
Oh, it's I'm really excited about abstract expressionism.
Okay.
And so I've done a lot of exploring of Jackson Pollock's work and the American school, the New York school of abstract expressionism. And so I use house paint. I use like exterior latex house paint, and I'm interested in you can't say anything new in abstract expressionism. It was said in the 50s, right?
Yeah.
And then you moved on. Things change. And so I'm really interested in something I'm calling metamorphic expressionism, because I'm taking these paintings and then as paintings, and then I'm turning them into other things so that the painting itself no longer exists as an original work, and it's been transformed into another original work.
That's cool.
And so, well, we do it all the time,
Oh, yeah.
right? We take beautiful paint and beautiful materials that have been engineered to high tone, and we cut them and use them and make other things with them, and we don't think about the creation destruction cycle, because it happens all the time. You make a beautiful meal, you plate it, and then you eat it, and it's gone, and you just have the memory of it or the picture, but the picture isn't the meal. So it's there's been a metamorphosis of the first thing into the new thing. So I've been thinking about that and trying to, so the painting is part of that.
That's interesting. And like in engineering, like if you're doing like a cross comparison, like that's essentially what like reverse engineering is. You start off with something, and then you try to you combine stuff, you subtract stuff, you add stuff, and you'll get something completely new once you're done, which is really interesting. And I think the first one that kind of comes to mind is like Tesla as an example. When they first were like looking to develop vehicles, correct me if I'm wrong, Brendan, you're more of a Elon diehard fan than I am, but
wouldn't say that.
No, okay. Well, I, like with Tesla, like they bought a bunch of different vehicles and they actually took them apart and rebuilt them, and then after doing that, they then went on to build.
Learn from it.
Exactly. Yeah.
You look at the best and you build on it. That's the other thing too. Like you don't learn it from first principles by discovering it yourself. You're taught, you read a good textbook, you watch good YouTube channels, you talk to people that know stuff, and then you riff on that. It's so...
Don't need to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
No, my first degree was in history and classical studies, and so I come to engineering in a convoluted way. But I've never once thought that my liberal arts degree was a waste, because it really taught me how you can go to so many different sources to look for knowledge and look for information. And I think that being able to think outside that normal, I have a formula, I got to do it this way, or these are the processes. I think you can be creative in engineering.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if that made any sense.
I think so.
I think out loud, so I mean.
No. That's what we're
when
here
I'm
on.
80, I'm just going to be thinking out loud crazy things, and
there you go. Well, I mean, like you look at like Leonardo da Vinci. Like he was both an artist and engineer, and like however what other things did Leonardo da Vinci do?
He was a painter. He was a map maker. He was an architect.
Yeah.
He was a military engineer. He designed some bridges that are really interesting. Like they're all strong in compression. It's a kind of arch. I forget the name of the bridge, but they're really fun. You can build them out of logs, and then it's just these arches.
Yeah. He didn't he make the first helicopter design too?
Well, he designed a lot of things.
Yeah.
Like he had these ideas, but then the idea existed, but the materials.
Yeah.
Right. The material science wasn't ready.
Yeah.
For it, but I really like Galileo Galilei he's not an engineer, but he's an experimentalist, and how he built his own equipment to actually try and puzzle out things about mass and gravity, and so him and Da Vinci and all those things that happened in the 14th century, like they didn't think they were in the Dark Ages. They were in their lousy stinking now, like we are. And so they didn't think, oh, we're dumb, we have to wait for the future to come. They were in their present, and so their science they were working hard with what they had. So anyway, what kind of stuff do you do at MDA?
At MDA, I'm I work in systems engineer or system engineering for Canadarm 3. So been focused mostly on technical performance measure writing, and I've been kind of one of the few people working on the flight segment specification as well, writing maintaining requirements and the compliance and everything that follows with that, as well as been working on the verification as well for those requirements. And so I see a bunch of different teams, and I think it's always interesting seeing how everything comes together when it's not all just, not everything is just mechanical, not everything's electrical, not everything's just software. It's really a marvel seeing so many diverse disciplines come together to build something spectacular. So, and I mean, speaking of rockets too, you see many different subsystems come together. You have like your aerostructures team that will kind of design and build the frame, and you have your avionics crew who are programming the avionics for it as well, kind of getting the telemetry tracking going. You have many different teams going on that. Can you name all of the different rocket subsystems?
I mean,
finance.
Yes, that's a big one.
Money makes the rocket go.
Yes.
Everyone at home. The most powerful people in your company are in accounting.
That's
the
true.
engineers, they all think they're hot. Everybody, but
the
accounting department gets you paid every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So they're the ones they're the most powerful.
Yeah, especially when you're designing things that are cutting edge. It's like, how are you going to pay for that?
Yeah, well, it's a constraint. It's so I know it's not in the flight thing, but you need money to fly the rocket.
Oh, of course.
Right?
Yep.
And so I tell my students that when we talk about when I'm doing teaching metrology or quality assurance, I talk about the money side, and I use money makes the rocket go, right? You're doing this because there are lots of reasons to build a quality product, and one of them is the money side, right? You don't want to have a recall. You don't want to have a lawsuit that you have to pay out, right? You don't want to overspend or lose time. And so it's money makes the rocket go, and you're already behind in time.
Yeah.
It's never enough time. So
yeah, my program or project management always reminds me of that. So it's something that you want to keep
So Launch Canada's accepting donations. You can call the number below and become a member.
So make sure to like and subscribe, or we won't be doing a live stream next year if we don't get 1,000 subscribers.
If you want to go back to the show, we need 20 more donors, and
to be clear, that's we're donating money, not organs. So,
right.
Yeah.
So it's horrible. I shouldn't be on the air.
No.
I don't think any of us should be on the air.
No, honestly.
Well, the two people that are watching, hi.
There you go.
Like and subscribe.
Hi,
everyone.
Lorene.
Nice.
So it's my wife. I don't know if she's watching, but I hope she is.
Nice.
So
thank you for subscribing, Lorene. And if you haven't subscribed already yet, what are you doing here? There you go.
Oh, I'm gonna catch it now. So,
oh man. There we go.
Wow, I gotta go find someone to figure out when I'm gonna launch this.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming on again.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks
I'd like
for
to
coming
come
on.
again. And,
always a pleasure, Gus.
Start building your rocket.
Yes.
What are you sitting here for?
Yeah, you're right.
Why aren't you building it now?
Yeah,
right
Nico.
here.
All
right. I'll get out.
Nico, this will be good content. We'd get to 1,000 subscribers.
All right. I'm gonna go look for some body tubes. We'll be
perfect.
I'll be right back.
All
After
right. Well, we'll
messages.
see you later. And
yes.
I hope to see you launch tomorrow.
Me too.
Because time. You're already behind.
Yeah, already behind. There we go.
All right,
Thank
thanks.
you so much, Gus.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks, brother.
Wow.
They're all muted except for mine. Mine's the only one that's live. Okay, well, I'm now alone. Nico's off to build his rocket finally after we've been hyping it up all week that he's going to build his rocket and everything starting on Monday. So what everything looks like going ahead right now is we are going to be getting a McMaster rocketry off the pad soon. They're currently on the pad setting their rocket up, making sure that all of their telemetry is working and that all of their systems are ready to go. After that, we should be looking at a static fire from Mach, the liquid engine team from Toronto Metropolitan University. So they're out on the static test pad. They're finishing up their procedures and trying to get a static fire in today. Okay, we're getting in right now on the net that the pad is hot. So the ballistic zone is being closed off right now, which means that McMaster has their igniter inside of their rocket and they are getting ready to clear the pad. It's on the stream, as you can see. So in a few minutes we should see the vehicles depart from the pad, and yeah, then a launch will be imminent for McMaster. We'll see if we can get the tracking cam back up for you as well. No promises on that one. The camera for that's been very finicky for us, as we found out during the Sherbrooke launch when we lost the tracking cam. The connection to our HDMI isn't great on that camera specifically, so. Are we doing the static fire before the launch or the static fire after the launch? Static fires first, okay. Sounds like we're switching the order up a little bit. We might be looking at a static fire before McMaster is going to be launching. We'll update you when we have more information on that. We're flying our drone over to the static site right now, and so we can get a nice view of that static fire attempt.
Brendan is all on his lonesome.
Yes, sir.
I mean what I say.
Oh boy. .38 mil is what the motor's like. Ideally, we can find someone else that has an H class. But yeah, we'll see. Welcome back to the stream, Simon.
Thank you, thank you.
We're off getting some sandpaper for your rocket there.
Yep, I need to clean up my fillets and get it ready to launch over the next couple of days, because I too am trying to launch a rocket.
Nice.
We'll see.
When do you think you'll be able to do that?
Whenever I have enough time to put enough elbow grease into the fins to get them to a point where I'm happy with them. Because right now there's a lot of spiky sawdust on.
Hey man, it's good content of sand on the stream, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys want that as audio though. It's not exactly ASMR.
Just mute the mic.
Nah. We'll see. We'll see.
Good content.
I should also find a mask because I don't really want to be inhaling epoxy dust.
Don't inhale epoxy dust. It's very, very bad for you.
Yeah. So
we have currently a pad cam, or not a pad cam, a drone cam, or is that of McMaster, or is that of?
Yeah, that's McMaster.
Okay, so are we going McMaster first now?
Yes, we're launching McMaster, and then we should be going over to the statics area and launching Monk.
Nice.
Nico, you can't make a rocket out of a traffic cone. It would be fun, but you can't make a rocket out of a traffic cone.
I mean, if he has permission.
But like, is that not 38 millimeters?
No, it's
No.
not even close. That's like 3.5 inches.
I mean, you could use that as the outer edge of your airframe, maybe, but you would need to do a lot of measuring, and it would take a lot of retrofitting.
Just go ask around the teams and see.
Yeah,
if they have
I'm
any
sure
extra-
somebody has an extra tube.
So yeah.
So my rocket has been named by the stream. It seems I'm going to be naming my rocket the Worm.
It's the Worm.
I guess I've got to get some pink spray paint before I.
Are you gonna do the Worm while it's lifting off?
If I can learn the Worm in time, I will try to do the Worm while launching the Worm.
Oh man. Okay. I don't assume we have tracking cam. Still down.
I don't see any of our friends from Carleton.
Yeah.
So.
Our friends from Carleton University there are going to provide us with a lens so we can use the better camera for our tracking cam. The one camera we have doesn't like to attach to HDMI very much, which is why we lost footage when Sherbrooke was launching. Welcome back to the stream there, Aaron. What is this you have here?
Hey guys, would you like to have some payload?
Wow, you
A lot of blueberries.
You got a lot of
We
blueberries.
got a kilogram of blueberries just off the site over there. As we mentioned yesterday, they're in season.
Oh, here comes
They're
Mac.
McMaster's
delicious.
coming back from the pad. So yeah, McMaster there off to our right is, or left on the stream? Left on the stream. Just got back from the pad, which means, yeah, pad is evacuated and we are looking at a launch fairly soon. So hold tight, folks.
In the meantime, we're going to enjoy some blueberries.
Aaron has very kindly collected some that he will be launching in his rocket later.
Yeah, so I have a lot of extra space in my rocket and I need to add some mass to it. But what better way than finding something at the launch site? And at first I was thinking rocks or maybe even some sand, but then I got here and realized...
Yeah, you gotta...
Then I got here and realized, yeah, blueberries. There's so many of them and they're really actually tasty. These ones are even lightly dusted with sand, but that's not stopping me.
You can eat a little bit of sand as a treat. Chat, do you agree with me? Can you eat a little bit of sand as a treat?
How much sand do you think you could eat before, like, it became a problem?
Like, yeah, like, I mean, there's sand in toothpaste, right? And some people swallow their toothpaste. I mean, all the astronauts do.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's just a little bit of extra grit.
There is. Yeah, it's an abrasive to get the stuff off your teeth.
So do they just have normal toothpaste?
What do you mean? Without sand?
Space? Do they have special space toothpaste?
Oh no, they just have normal toothpaste.
Huh.
Toothpaste is like, I mean, it is food safe.
So it's really not real sand in it then?
Oh, I mean, it must just be a sand that's not absorbed into your body and it just passes out.
Ah, so how much sand do you think you could eat before it's a problem?
NASA probably knows this. Like, it's probably more than you think.
Do you want me to try and get tracking cam out?
Yeah, we can try to get tracking cam. Simon's gonna try to get tracking cam for you guys. No promises. Connection's finicky, but
If you all would like to try
We'll see.
some of these lovely in-season blueberries, come on out to Launch Canada either tomorrow or next year if you're not in the area.
or today if you can.
Or today. There isn't a shuttle bus leaving Timmins, I don't think, today. They've already left.
Yeah.
So it'll be a little bit difficult to get out here. If you're watching from Timmins, though, feel free to come on out tomorrow. And if you're not, make plans to come out next year to see it in person. It's a little bit remote, so be in for a couple really long days out in the sun. But, I mean, these blueberries are fantastic.
I can just feel the dust coming off them when I'm picking them up.
It's seasoning.
Yeah, you can call it that. There's a bug. Oh, there's like a little bug. I think.
Yeah, this was only I was only out for about 15, maybe 20 minutes there.
Yeah, like a kilogram of
Got
them.
a kilogram of them, yeah. So.
So yeah, they're very common here.
And I was just about 20 steps to the right over there either. It's not like I had to go into the bush.
Damn.
This is just off the cleared area, so.
Huh. Okay, I'm gonna step off the stream here to see if we can get the tracking cam, but I'll be back soon.
Yes, hello, viewing from Australia. That's great. It's fantastic. We love to see folks in the international community tuning in. Alright, so to answer the question about UVic, they went out to the pad earlier. They were ready to launch, and then they took the rocket down and brought it back. They'll be going out again later today to try to launch again. I'm not sure entirely exactly what the problem was, but I'm sure they'll come in later to tell us specifically.
Stream's up. You're good. Want to explain what's happening?
Stream is up. Ready to go.
You ran out of gas.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic looks good. Okay, we're back on live. Brendan, is this the same stream or is this a new stream? Excellent. So we're just gonna wait a second to confirmation that we are live through the viewers end. What's going on with here? The generator running all of our stuff just ran out of gas. So they refueled it and we're back. But that means for a second there we lost the LCO communications. We lost our Starlink, so our connection to the internet. McMaster has not yet launched. We're on hold. We were on hold just until we got the stream back. McMaster, I believe, is also dealing with some technical complications, so they're holding for that. They will launch very soon, though. Yeah, you all joked about waiting for 3.5. We were worried about having to do that there, but fortunately we were able to get it back relatively quick. Being so remote, we have to, we have a lot of strange methods for getting communication that really we take for granted in the modern world in the city proper. Things like cell service, we don't have any. We have to set up our own radio networks. For internet, we have to connect to Starlink through the satellite constellation. Still on hold for McMaster, waiting on further updates. We will bring them to you as soon as they tell us.
The rest is kind of camouflage. Wondering how well it's going to show up when it lands.
We want to have everyone load their own rocket. I mean, there's not many red nuts being built there.
Red is fine. I'm talking about this one.
Yeah.
Actually, one of the things you should know about red is the same chroma as like grass or tree green. And so from a distance, you can't see the difference. And in dim light, like if the light goes down, when your rods and cones start, there's cones for color, rods for black and white. When you're really seeing the red with your rods, that red will look like the green forest.
Is that why red ring color blindness is not as common? What's with the rubber bands?
I was asking the same question. I don't know. And I'm like, I fly, and I have no clue. But I'm sure there's a good reason. Or there's a reason. But I'm excited to see these fly. I'm hoping that the parachutes will open today. Yesterday, you're flying on G's, right? And so my girlfriend has one like this, a little shorter.
Lots of folks out here watching the watching the launch here.
So on a G, you're probably doing 2,200.
All looking forward to McMaster's launch.
The cloud cover was like 2,000 feet.
Frankly, every school's launch is extremely exciting, and we all want to be present for it.
Yeah, they'll come out. They'll come down.
McMaster University, I believe, is over in that corner there.
It's designed to come down gently even under a small sheet.
I scratched out my girlfriend, and it's like quarter plywood, way overbuilt. Like down to the shipping tube, right? So it's shorter than this.
Alright, Scott, notification. Skies are clear. We're going to be moving to launch very shortly.
Sounds like we're launching McMaster now.
Do you have any information on their launch?
Chris just said it, and I forget most of the stuff. Pad is hot. And we are armed.
We're moving the countdown very shortly.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here comes the smoke.
And they're off.
There it goes. Oh, very nice. Slow but smooth acceleration right there at the
A little
start.
bit of a wobble there to the end, but good boost
wobble,
aside
but
from that. Nice job, McMaster. We're waiting on confirmation of drogue parachute deploy.
It just stopped.
That looks like an event.
There, yeah. I see it come down.
We have confirmation of drogue from McMaster, it looks like.
See something sparkly? Two little puffs about equidistant along that line. It's coming down a little more, so it's about twice the length now. It's going that way.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah, look for a sparkle. There's several pieces. I don't know what it is, but there's several pieces.
Alright, looks like we have a visual.
Now there's one big piece, a couple smaller off to the left.
Yeah.
Coming down pretty fast. But it's going straight down that way. Does it have a chute on it?
Yeah. I got it.
Yeah, it's got a drove.
People here at the launch site can see that McMaster has a drogue out.
When are you guys expecting me?
We have a visual, looks like descent under drogue.
Yeah, no, it's super close. Coming straight down that way. You're looking way too high, my dude. You look lower. Oh, I see. About 3 hands above the horizon, but coming down very fast. Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah, there's that. Wait, that's right. Straight above that tree.
Oh. We see attempted second deploy. And McMaster has their main out. You can see it beautifully from the launch site here. Looks like the first charge didn't do it, but the second charge did. And they are going to get their rocket back. Beautiful orange parachute there.
Yeah, I know. Because today's a nice day. Make it fly.
Yeah, the conditions for launch today are just beautiful.
Yeah.
Just beautiful.
Good job, McMaster.
Another nominal flight here at Launch Canada. It's incredible what these teams are able to accomplish, because nominal flights, despite the fact that by far the majority have been, are not easy to pull off whatsoever.
Yeah, no, they are difficult. It is difficult to do what these teams are doing.
Yeah, so again, huge congratulations to McMaster. That's a huge accomplishment.
Yep.
Alright, the crowd's dissipating a bit. We'll bring it back in. I think that was the only rocket in the salvo, so we will... Is that correct?
Yeah, that was the only rocket being launched from the solids pad. It sounds we're likely going to be getting a static fire from Mach in the coming maybe not in the coming minutes, but we'll see how long it takes for them to get set up.
First time you guys showed up at Launch Canada, you ripped the fins off your rocket, and you lost tracking and you lost your rocket. You had a fully nominal flight, complete.
All the fins are still attached.
Oh yeah. But you had tracking the whole way. You had recovery that was clean.
Chris Hobbs from the as the launch control officer coming down to congratulate the McMaster team.
We've come a long way in 2 years.
You do have a way to get it back on a long day, like
No, we're driving it ourselves.
Yes.
Simon confirming that he does not need to drive McMaster's rocket all the way back to Hamilton for them again.
We can confirm they do have a way to get it back to Hamilton.
Want to come on the mic and explain that to the viewers here?
So we had to make sure once McMaster had safely launched that they had a way to get the rocket back to Hamilton, because at the 2022 Spaceport America Cup, we had launched successfully and we were out sort of helping with teardown, and we had McMaster come up to us and go, "Hey, do you guys have any extra space in the trailer by any chance?" Because we were taking a trailer back to Ottawa. And it turned out that yes, we did, because the person that was tasked with figuring out how to get their rocket back to Hamilton had not figured that out. And so they didn't have a way to get the rocket back home, so we shipped it back home for them. So we always check now, make sure that they're able to get the rocket home safely. How are the blueberries, Aaron?
I'm going to have to go pick more. We're eating them so fast because they're so good. I'm not going to have any left for my rocket.
I don't know who changed this, but somebody changed the range tags.
Oh, that was Mohi.
So, Simon, we've had a couple of beautiful launches this morning. Do you know what else we have on the agenda for today? I know we've got a lot of mid-power rockets going to be launched.
Yeah, we've got a whole crew from Science Timmins coming up here. Looks like they're ready to go out to the pads, but I think before that we've got another test fire from Mock, who gave it a couple of shots yesterday. We'll see about...
I want to maybe bring the panel cam back inside for a sec.
Yeah.
We can also ask any of these folks if they want to talk on the Zoom for a second.
We can do that.
I'll get the camera view.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to see if we can convince anybody for... Oh, sorry. What's happening with the McGill team? We have not heard anything from McGill today. They're not on site, so if you're hoping for a McGill launch, I wouldn't hold my breath today. Yeah, exactly. They've had a long couple of days, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're taking a day off, get some rest, recuperation, minimize the sleep deprivation slightly, and then coming back tomorrow. That's why we have 5 launch days, right? They have space to launch right to the bitter end.
It's not about launching fast either, right?
No, exactly.
I don't have a mic on.
It's not about launching fast. We want to make sure that everyone launches safely and that everyone has the maximum enjoyment out of their launch. I am going to disappear for a second, and I'm going to see if anyone from the mid-power launches wants to come talk to us.
I can take over the stream just for a moment.
Aaron is going to come back on, and we'll chat.
Talk about whatever while you get someone, and then you can talk to them.
Sure.
Apologies there. My mic's been on mute for the last bit, so yeah. Still happens. We're still new to this. Yeah. Oh, Simon just almost kicked my rocket over. That's okay. It's well built, so a small kick is not going to break anything.
So, Science Timmins is going to go out to the pad. They're going to take a good photo, and we'll get an interview with the
Cool. So what it sounds like, Science Timmins is the group here. They're going to run out to the pad, and that way they can take a group photo. To do that, we need to make sure that obviously all energetics are clear of the pad for it to be safe. Afterwards, we'll have them back here, and we can hear some words from them directly. They have some very pretty looking rockets, though. It's incredible. The designs are all consistent, which is good because we want to make sure these rockets are consistent for all the students who are flying them. But the paint jobs are so diverse and so reflective of each individual, right? Got one that looks like it's painted just with the Canadian flag. A couple that just have neon colors and neat designs all the way down. A few with some text painted onto them. Really interested to see some of these rockets up close, because it's incredible just with the art alone, with the painting alone, just how different these identical rockets can look. So, I sit here and wait for somebody to walk by who wants to walk into the tent. So, Brendan, what are you up to today? Excellent. Yeah, we actually came up to the launch site so early that we skipped breakfast, and that's not a very good idea. So that's mostly the reason we've all been eating all of these blueberries, is the Earth has provided. Yeah, we are still holding for... There will be a static fire relatively soon, before the mid-power launches from Science Timmins. And that's... No, static fire before the mid-power rockets from Science Timmins. Unless they're on hold for static fire, in which case they'll go for those first. But we're really looking forward to it, because mid-power rocketry, compared to the high-power rockets we've seen mostly today, the thing that makes it so cool is we're going to be able to track them, not 100% with the camera, but all of us in person here are going to be able to see it all the way up and all the way down. And that's always really exciting, because you love to see, just to watch it go up and down. You get to see the whole flight. With a lot of these flights, it's difficult to track with the camera. We can't actually see them when they're at their highest point, called the apogee. Actually, I could talk a little bit about like the general flight point terminology. So just to go over again, because I don't think we talked about it today, the apogee is the highest point of flight. It's based off the word apoapsis, which means the highest point in an ecliptic orbit, along with the periapsis, which is the lowest point of an ecliptic orbit. So even satellites in orbit, they're going to have an apogee and a perigee. The G part comes from Earth, so GEE is the suffix for Earth. So when you have apogee and perigee, that means it's specifically around Earth. If you were on the moon and doing a rocket launch, you would have an apoloon. If you're around the sun, if you did a rocket launch off the surface of the sun, it would be an apohelion. So, the apogee is the highest point. Usually after the apogee, sometimes before, we have a number of stages that we generally refer to as events. And an event is basically just something that we can visually see or get a communications packet from to tell us something happened. And that could be anything. Oftentimes it is ejection of the nose cone or whichever subsystem in order to like release a chute. So with most of these high power rockets, you're going to see the first event will be ejection of a drogue chute, and the second event will be either an unreefing or ejection of a main chute to slow it down properly. The first one happening just after apogee, the second one happening between 1,000 and 2,000 feet. With these smaller mid-power rockets, you're usually going to only have one event after apogee. That event's just going to be the deployment of the main chute. And in fact, most rockets up to G to H class and so on, H is pushing it, but even up to a G class motor, you usually only need one parachute to recover successfully. You don't really need the two separate events. There are other events in flight you can pre-program in, whether these are electronically programmed to charges to go off and cause an ejection, or whether these are electronically controlled events. So you have a monitor or a sensor on board your rocket that tells you your altitude, and at a certain altitude it will fire a pyrotechnic charge or whatever have you. You know, simple as like just cutting a line or moving a servo to unhook a switch in order to release a chute. There are many different techniques and different events that can happen. But it's really nice with these built-in pyrotechnic events is usually there's a puff of smoke afterwards, which means us on the ground can very easily see when these events happen. So whenever you see a launch, we cut to the folks all watching. Whenever you see everybody clapping, that usually indicates they see an event. Usually the first one is going to be your drogue chute, usually the second one's going to be your main chute. But there are other events that theoretically could happen. Now, those are pretty much the only ones we see at competitions like this so far. But some other events could be if you're running like a liquid motor or a motor that you can actually properly control and throttle up and down. Maybe you don't use all of your fuel on the ascent. So you'd have, after launch, your first event, after you're firing the engine, your first event would be main engine cutoff. And so you'd stop the engine, and then you'd let it coast up for a bit. So that would be your first event. And then you'd have your apogee. Another one could be if you have a rocket that wants to fire the engine a second time. So say you're coming on the descent, and you want to land the rocket vertically, which is really impressive. Not very many folks have properly, done this yet. I mean, SpaceX that's definitely the thing they're famous for, is their reusable landing rockets. So a second event there would be, because it doesn't fire parachutes, the event would instead be reignition of the main engine. Some other events is if the rocket goes to space, if it's carrying what's called a payload, which is essentially whatever the rocket is carrying. One event can be deployment of the payload into space, because the rocket usually doesn't stay in space with a satellite, the rocket comes back down. So an event would be it goes up to space, okay. A lot of the times you can see there are cameras on board that will be live feeding video to the ground. They will sometimes have like a fairing, which is just an aerodynamic cover around it. So when you shed the fairing, that's another event. When you release the satellite into orbit, that's another potential event. One final event we see a lot with the proper commercial space launch vehicles is called max Q. This is essentially short for the point of maximum dynamic pressure. If you're not familiar with fluid mechanics, that sounds like wizardry. Essentially, it's the part of the flight where the rocket's going really, really fast, so the pressure pushing in on the rocket due to it going fast is going to be really high. But at the same time, the atmosphere is still thick enough to actually experience that pressure. So as you go higher, the atmosphere gets thinner, but it's also going faster. So there is a point where the dynamic pressure, due to it going faster, is at its highest point while they're still within the atmosphere. And the reason max Q, or point of maximum dynamic pressure, is important is because this is the point the rocket is undergoing its like maximum loading. So if a rocket is going to fail on the ascent, structurally, that's the point it's going to do it. That's why sometimes if you watch a launch with the control room being shown, and they say max Q and everybody claps, but you don't see anything happening, that's actually a really good thing. You don't want anything to happen during that point, because that's the point where it's properly experiencing its highest mechanical stresses. Negative. There's a filling station down there. Yes. Somewhere, I haven't seen it. Sorry, folks are trying to stay hydrated out here. We got to make sure everyone stays hydrated, because the sun's coming out and don't want to get dehydrated. It's been less of a concern here than it was at events like Spaceport America Cup, because in the desert there, the humidity is so low that you don't really sweat at all, so you don't really notice how tired you're getting. You just feel a little bit sluggish, and it's really hard to tell when you yourself are approaching dehydration and even moving towards heat stroke. So when you're ever out in the desert, for whatever reason, you really need to look out for people around you and make sure that they're staying hydrated as well. Okay. How long it'll be until they fire, but it's coming up. Great. So mock, that's from Matt? Brendan? Okay. So yeah, so from Toronto Metropolitan, we have the mock team setting up on the pad to demonstrate a static fire of a hybrid engine. We won't have close-up footage of that. We also likely will not have a crowd here watching it. We will have drone footage, and hopefully we'll have pad footage, but at the very least, we're going to get you the aerial view from the drone. In the meantime, all of my co-hosts seem to have gone off, so I have the stream to myself. And rather than talking, I'm just going to maybe let you enjoy the view here being broadcast. Actually, I believe in the meantime, I'm going to air an interview from one of the teams during the conference days. So I'll come do that now. Just give me a moment.
As we're currently waiting for the mock hot fire to happen, we are going to switch over to an interview here. I see that there are some comments in the chat here. Let's see. Yeah, Mock's doing a nitrous ethanol liquid biprop, not a hybrid. We apologize if we misspoke with that. They've loaded both. Have been waiting for an hour. Yeah, I mean, if people are just leaving the pad, they should not have had nitrous in there. Can you show the U Ottawa interview if there is one? We certainly can. We can do that right now if we want. Okay, we'll be back right after the interview, and we should be able to show you guys.
Hello, everybody. I'm Simon here with Launch Canada, here with UO Rocketry. So tell me a little bit about your guys' team. Tell me a little bit about your rocket and your journey here.
Okay, so we're from the University of Ottawa. We built our rocket. It's 2.5 meters long. We did our fins ourselves. We have aluminum tips, carbon fiber. They're beautiful. We'd love if you could show those. But yeah, we're from the University of Ottawa, so we're pretty local. We're only an 8-hour drive. Unlike BC, they got to come across country. That's pretty crazy. We came here to the competition with 13 students. A few first years. This is the first competition for about 6 members on the team. The rest of us, we've been here, some of us for our second, and we have some vets here who have been here since the first Launch Canada, which is exciting. Yeah.
So tell me a little bit more about the name. You've got G-Force 1. Where does that come from?
Okay, so U Ottawa, our mascot is a GG, which is a racing horse. So most of our names, we try to make puns on that. So G-Force 1, obviously rockets pull G-forces, but we spelt it G-E-E. This one here is Apogee, so we do the racing horse finish instead of the typical Apogee.
Very nice. So okay, we've got quite a thin rocket for something that is, needs to hold up to as much force as you typically see in these kind of rockets. Your min diameter, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
How high do you expect to be going?
We're aiming for 46,000 feet this year. So last year we only hit about 23,000, but this year we're gonna aim for a lot higher. Shoot for the stars, right?
46,000 feet, how fast?
Ooh, we're gonna try going for Mach 2.7. Pretty quick.
And do you think your airframe's gonna hold up?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
We've tested it. It should be good. We've tested it to like 622 Newton meters of bending load, so we're pretty confident today.
That's a significant amount of force.
Yeah.
Percent chance of a shred?
Zero.
Full confidence. I like it. Okay. As a Carleton University alum, I am obliged to ask, what is a GG?
Yeah, it's our team mascot, racing horse. Yeah.
A racing horse.
I'm still not sure I believe that, but I'll leave it at that. Thanks, guys.
Can I actually get a question? What do you guys possibly explain? fin stand there. Really interesting.
Do you want to trade?
I'll get camera, you get some. You get the microphone.
What did you want me to ask?
Oh, you stopped recording.
Three, two, one, action.
Hi, it's Aaron Van Den Enden back again. I'm here with one of the team photographers. I'm here with Carl. This is Carl. Carl, can you tell me about your involvement in your team?
I'm here basically to vibe and also take pictures and document the event in general and share it with the world.
That's fantastic. Can you tell me about your experience so far, or things you're excited for the week?
My experience so far has been great, meeting all of the teams, seeing all the innovations from the other teams, like the aluminum leading like Edge over at U Ottawa and over at the University of Toronto's rocket there, where they have basically a whole aluminum rocket over there. And yeah, no, everything has been great so far, and seeing everyone, it's nice.
That's great, Carl. Well, I'm glad you're doing well. Nice to meet you. Enjoy the competition. Good luck.
Oh, yeah, thank you. One more thing. Can you please say yeehaw for us? Yeehaw! Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to move to part 2 of the University of Ottawa interview. Our videos were just slightly out of order there, so sorry for that, but here's part 2. Hope you enjoyed that short intermission.
My bad. All right, we're going to take a closer look at their fin can here.
Yeah, so these are our fins. They're carbon fiber panels that we've laid up doing Vardam. And we have honeycomb cores on the inside, like these on the inside. And then we have an aluminum tip around the edge for more heat resistance, since we are going to Mach 2.7. And then yeah, so these edges fit into these rings here. They have a dowel pin and they're bonded together. And yeah, everything's bonded on top.
So can you walk me through kind of like, was this just a wet layup? Did you, what was kind of the order of assembly here?
Yeah, so we have, first we made these panels. So we made a mold out of MDF that we CNC'd on a mill, and that had this exact profile. Okay. And so we've laid that up, and we used vacuum-assisted resin transfer molding, Vardam. So yeah, so we pull in the resin through the vacuum, and yeah, that infuses all the fibers. And then yeah, so these panels are glued on top of these aluminum edges, and yeah, we have these in the middle.
So they're just glued
sandwich
on the inside there.
Yeah, and like kind of sandwiched in between.
And the aluminum part, is this just machined as one large part, CNC'd, or how is that made?
We have these edges here are separate, so we have these 3 edge pieces, and they connect here to these rings. These are 2 separate rings, and yeah, these are made out of aluminum on a CNC mill.
Yeah, it's a really novel design that I don't think I've seen on any of the other rockets, so it's really cool.
Yeah, this was definitely our biggest project this year.
Well, I mean, you're going, Mach 2.7. That's important to get your leading edges right.
Yeah, and a fin flutter was also a big concern, but these should be, the fin flutter velocity for these is Mach 9, around Mach 9.
Whoa, that's
good safety factor on there.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess thanks for talking to us about your rocket. Is there anything else you'd like to go over?
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to say to the live stream?
No, have fun. I hope you guys enjoy watching all the launches.
All right. Thanks, guys. All right, we have here some drone footage from the group from Toronto Metropolitan that are going to be firing a test fire here on the ground, a static fire of their dual propellant liquid rocket engine. Here we go. This appears to be an abort. We're waiting on further confirmation from the LCO.
We have a bunch of go on certain flights here, but I don't want to correct the radio.
Can I get back on?
All right. Yep, so we just heard they aborted flight there, or they aborted rather their fire. We don't have specific information on what went wrong at this time. Could be any number of things. Liquid engines are incredibly complicated, and at the end of the day, they really want to save their hardware, even though they are a safe distance away should anything go wrong. It's more important to be slow and do things right the first time, as we're all here to try to hopefully view our successes, right?
Are the butterflies yet? I'm beyond. Well, there's nothing I can do now.
In a moment, we're going to be moving to some mid-power launches from Science Timmins. There are a number of younger students here that are very, very excited to launch their rockets, which is great to see. Alright, in just a moment we're going to be moving to mid-tap, mid-power. So we're going to be setting up those cameras so you can get a better view. All right, this is a rocket flying on a, I think they said a G77 mid-power rocket motor. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. There it goes. Lost sight of it because of the position of the sun.
Oh my god.
Don't have a visual yet. The sun is directly overhead. You can see far off in the distance a looks like some sort of jet plane. Now it's a good thing they're not in this airspace, as this airspace is currently closed.
Oh, I see it. We gotta remember where it lands. You guys see it? Yeah.
Alright, it looks like some folks here have a visual on the rocket. Oh, we have a visual. Descending nice and slow. Hopefully not too far downrange. Yeah, sitting at about 15 degrees above the horizon right now. Getting some fantastic callbacks of the rocket location from Michelle, a great mentor of many of the teams here, who's been sitting beside our tent the entire time watching these rockets with us. Right there.
Rocket's down.
Rocket seems to be down. Congratulations on that nominal flight. Congratulations. On another H-77, this rocket's name is Musa. Nominal skies are clear. Going for the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have ignition. We have a hang fire stuck on the pad.
Do you have extra igniter? Hang fires on the motor. I think.
So it looks like we've had a hang fire on the pad there. What that means is pretty much the igniter fired, we saw smoke, but the motor did not light.
Everything worked except the motor didn't catch. So that's called a hang fire.
So unfortunately, we'll have to wait a little bit before we can approach the pad there. But they will bring a new igniter out to the launch pad when we can, and they will replace it on that rocket.
It's a very easy fix.
Yep.
And very common. In fact, I'm surprised that this is the first one we've had. Moving to another rocket.
Ooh, this is Gus's L1 certification flight.
Oh, this is the one we saw on stream earlier today.
Yep. This is the yellow rocket that we had on stream earlier. It's a certification attempt for Gus.
I don't see him.
Maybe over there.
Regardless, we have lots of people ready to watch this launch. Oh, there he is up there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There's ignition. Very nice. Dark smoke cloud. Still in view. And we have an event. Very nice. Nice and low. Rejection.
Special thing about this flight, Aaron, is he has a Jolly Logic on it.
Oh, a Jolly
Logic. He really doesn't want to walk very far, so hopefully that parachute will open in a couple feet here.
He said he's inflating at 300
Unfortunately,
feet.
it doesn't look like it. Oh, there we go! Right at the last second.
Incredible. Congratulations, Gus, on a successful certification.
One of the more efficient flights we've seen there. That will be maybe a 5-minute walk from the launch site.
Strategy I am planning to attempt.
Putting a Jolly Logic on yours?
No, I'm just ejecting below the apogee.
You want a Jolly Logic?
Yes, please.
You can fly it if you want.
I would really enjoy having a Jolly Logic.
Yeah, give her.
Who's ready to go next?
I'll program it because you want to eject at apogee because that's your lowest speed point.
Yep.
So that's where it has the lowest point of anything catching or tangling. Sorry for pointing out the sun there.
I trust my engine. I built the plane I built, so I'm confident.
Gus there in the background talking about how he was confident that the parachute was going to open. And I mean,
incredibly excited.
It did.
And you can't blame him. Getting that certification is a really exciting moment for all new Rocketeers.
You are now certifiable. Well, we knew that.
Sounds good. I think
maybe wait until after we get all of the off the pad here. So.
Oh, yay!
The good ones, you want them all the way up and all the way down.
Yeah, I can't. Like, my brain hurts. Right
I mean, you can come on stream if you want.
They'll commentate the launches. They're all tangled.
Any news on UFT? We have not heard anything as far as we know. They are going to be resetting for sometime today or tomorrow. Who is launching right now? These are a whole bunch of level 1 certification flights and smaller launches with, I believe it's Science Timmins. So no universities are launching right now, but we currently, we have some smaller rockets going up in the downtime.
Okay.
The camera right now is just focusing on
That was awesome. The crowd. I was focusing on Michelle's back.
Well, Jess, welcome to the stream.
Alright, welcome to the stream.
Yep. So Jess is the networking lead, for Launch Canada?
That is correct.
It's a push button, it's not a hold.
Huh? We're learning?
It's a toggle.
Yeah, so it's a toggle. So it's currently not muted, and then when you press it again, it will be muted.
Great, cool. So now I'm mute.
No, it's still unmuted.
You're live right now.
Yeah, you currently have a live mic.
Why did you say that?
Like, if you... Okay, now it's muted.
Why did you say that in the first place?
Welcome to the high quality...
We don't know what we're doing.
Well, you guys are doing wonderfully, except for that part.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Aaron, can I grab my lunch ticket?
Not a bad idea. Eric.
Yeah, I know. And now the mic's back. All right. So while the Science Timmins goes and reloads some rockets on the pad there, and also investigates the hang launch, or rather the hang fire, I have with me. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Jess. Where am I looking? Right there.
Look wherever you want. I don't know. The
okay.
camera's there, but yeah.
I'm Jess. I am the networking lead for Launch Canada, and I have been helping you guys see the pads, setting up cameras, and helping out with radio communications for the whole competition.
Now, networking lead is really an understatement. She's actually a networking wizard. I don't understand any of the... There's no internet out here. There's no cell phone service. And yet somehow we're able to talk to the people way out there and send signal to you guys. So, yeah, do you want to maybe walk through all the setup you had to do to get this working? Because I don't even know.
Sure. So, let's start off first with the radio system. So we have an antenna here at the solids LCO, and we unfortunately are in a forest with hills and trees. That means that we do not have, from where we are right now, any particular straight line of sight to all of the areas. That means that we are blocked in certain places. There's ditches where you don't have connections. So if we set up an antenna here, it won't reach everywhere. We have set up another antenna that is on a 30-foot scaffold. Sorry, I'm American. I don't know what your guys' units are.
It's about 10 meters.
But 10 meters?
Yeah.
10-meter scaffold.
The feet to meters is just divide by 3.
Yeah, it's like a yard. Okay, yeah. We're learning.
Yeah.
I'm here to provide you some educational content. Please use the imperial measurement system.
No, you have to use them both interchangeably with no method to why you're switching.
Oh, is that what Canada does?
That's the Canadian method, yeah.
I love Canada. You guys are doing great. So we have the repeater set up on top of that on another 10-meter mast. So total about 20 meters of height. And that allows us to have our communications across the statics area, the advanced launch area, and the solids area. In addition to that, we also have cameras that we have stationed at the pads right now at advanced and solids. Those are running on a Starlink that is situated here, but runs into a worse problem than the radios, because in order to extend these networks, right, we have to point dishes right at each other, and they have to just be able to see each other. Imagine two V's trying to cover each other like so. And so if there's a tree in the way, which unfortunately we have many trees here,
in the woods,
it can be a little bit difficult. So the drone you've been seeing on the live stream has actually been pointing the has been allowing us to direct the antennas in the correct direction during a in order to do this kind of stuff. That's kind of fun. And that allows us to have cameras there. In addition, we also have the PA system that's running on radios so that everybody at the pads knows there's a launch, because it's nice to know when something goes up in the air that you know where it's coming from. So a lot of this is rigging a bunch of Ethernet cables, a bunch of running around generators, refueling the generators, because we're in the middle of nowhere.
We know all about having to refuel the generators.
Oh,
Did
yeah.
you hear about that?
Oh, what happened here?
Oh, about an hour ago, our generator ran out of gas and the stream went down.
Oh, I was wondering about that. We have about 6 generators that are running everything everywhere and have to be, also our radio communications are launch critical. So that needs to be always on. So we're always running around. You might have seen my back in like a bunch of streams. Who knows? I don't know what's been going on, but
sure you can.
That's what's been happening.
Stuff, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Come on and join. Actually, I'm gonna go to the outside here. You go in the middle. Yeah. Yeah, fantastic. And I'll give you this one here. Just put it on. And when you're ready to press, or when you're ready to speak, just press that there and release, and it will go from lit to unlit, and you'll be live.
Here?
Yep.
Awesome. And I only have to press down once.
Just once, because it's the mute button. All right, so who's just joined us here?
My name is Winta, and I'm part of the Site Comms and Networking team.
Nice. Yeah, we were just discussing everything that went into setting up the communication for the site and just how big and complex of a system it really is. Because
Yeah.
it is vital, right? To be able to communicate to all the other pads because we're in the wilderness.
Absolutely. And I think just going off of what Jess said, last year when we went to our radio sponsor, ICOM, and talked about the need for more communications and more radios, they decided to even support us in a bigger and better way this year. And so, as we were touching on a little, we have a waypoint and a repeater deployed there. All the antennas and the gear provided by ICOM, as well as the radio chest harnesses for recovery, and that allows us to have site-wide communications, as well as communications with our staff and volunteers. And if the students do want to tune into our PA, they are able to do so given the commercial radios and the frequencies, again, provided by ICOM.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of the things definitely to mention. Huge thank you to ICOM for providing the radios and the repeater. Without them, we would not be able to do these operations even close. Not only do we need to use these radios for knowing, when a launch is, we also have to worry about the roads because these are public roads that we have in between our pads. Like operations, this is absolutely crucial. To know when you're able to go near a pad or, if it's safe to go out, to drive out because, we have ballistic zones. You may have heard about those already. Those are important to keep clear during the launch. And so radio communications and camera stuff for knowing what's happening at a pad when you're quite far away from it, super useful. Love doing it. A bunch of wiring and a great way to kind of learn about how to use various tools, Wi-Fi. It's a great time.
Yeah, I will say one thing that at least I learned about this year is antenna design. So our tower from last year had to be relocated to the waypoint, and so we needed to get another tower and antenna for our base radio, which is what Chris, our LCO, uses to communicate with everyone else, especially to make his announcements on the PA. And so we had the conversation internally, and I reached out to my ham radio amateur community who suggested that there were some other potential vendors that could supply us the antennas that we needed. But we also needed a mast to go with that, as well as some supporting equipment. And the turnaround time was really short for that, so we really needed a solution that could work. And finally, we reached out to a supplier local to the area, more or less, on the way up, that provided us with what we needed. And it's a system that has to be interfaced with the base radio, again, provided by ICOM. So through that process, we learned about antenna design for ultra-high frequency radios, which is super niche. And I thought, definitely there's learnings from the amateur community that we could use to establish these connections and these designs. But there's so much learning that goes into even just a basic communication system. And so I think everyone is super grateful for that here, and I think the students as well as the staff can appreciate site-wide communications.
Oh yeah. I do want to interject for just a second as we have a couple questions in the chat. I'll get to as soon as we're done with the panel. First of all, on the pad there isn't anyone on the pad right now aside from a number of mid-power launches from Science Timmins. So a number of local students have shown up here to launch the rockets that they've built. Along with the other questions, someone in the chat just want to say kudos to the communication team at Launch Canada. Noticeable upgrade from last year's live stream. Love the sponsors. What a logistics accomplishment.
Oh, awesome. We love that. We definitely have more radios. We still need more radios as our teams continue to grow. I don't know. Yeah.
It's hard to maintain a flow of information across, 3-4 different locations, right? So it's a thing that's definitely always a work in progress, always many ideas for how I want to improve it next year, but it's a great start here too. Also, I might be able to add some news on I think U of T. So I believe that they're doing a pressure test right now on the pads at Advanced. So nothing entirely interesting to watch, but they're still going through the motions. We had quite a long day out at Advanced yesterday. So they are probably catching a little bit of rest and came in a bit later today.
Can we also speak to Mock's Hotfire? There's a question there about when they're going to launch.
Yeah, so Mock actually, just around half an hour ago, they did a static fire of their liquid engine. I think they aborted the fire, if I'm not mistaken. So they're going to take some time in order to reset, refuel everything. In order to actually, sorry, we've got some folks making faces behind the camera here. And it's going to be a little bit of time before they can fire that again. If I'm not mistaken, Mock is a separate group from the other Toronto Metropolitan.
Yeah, Metropolitan Aerospace Combustion Hub. They're about 6 years in. Last year they did also try to do their hot fire, 2 successful cold flows, and then now they are also designing their flight-ready vehicle for next year.
It's fantastic, yeah. There's another team from Toronto Metropolitan that I think has already launched. If I'm not, Brendan, do you remember that? Or
that's right. That's Met Rocketry.
Yeah,
and they have
Toronto
already
Met
launched
Rocketry.
10K.
Right.
They should be out from recovery very soon.
That's great. You guys are more aware than I am. Yeah. So asking
frequency range. Great question. So they are in the ultra high frequency band. So we're talking about 450 to 460 ish megahertz. They are commercial frequencies. So if you are ham licensed, you may be able to access them, but in terms of the gear, it would be preferred if you had ICOM radios and other ICOM equipment.
Generally, right now we have
one repeater.
Need
more, perhaps?
We are working on how our site layout might be next year. It might entirely change, in which case, who knows?
That's right.
But really, yes, we do need more, but there's some, I'm not aware, like licensing kind of thing with...
Well, the biggest thing would be, so it's currently on about 30 feet of scaffolding. That can also be further extended to the length of the mast, so that's roughly up to 60 feet. And that gives us a pretty good range of, I believe, up to the whole extent of the range, which is 17 kilometers.
Our issue we have right now is a matter of that there's a certain amount of channels that can be extended by one repeater. So right now it's 2. We certainly would like more. For us, our general operations channel and the PA channel are extended, so everybody can get those. But if we want to hear recovery, sometimes that doesn't reach to everywhere we want it to, so we have to pass things over. It's definitely, a kind of thing you have to, it's so entirely dependent on where you're setting up your pads, what the topography of the area is like, how many... Has like radio doesn't necessarily care about the trees, but for Wi-Fi, are there trees? In which case, can you take them away, or should you leave them there?
That's a whole other conversation to bulldoze or not to bulldoze.
But there's a big intersection, what I'm trying to say, between communications and the setting of the communications that is so crucial for how we've been designing these kinds of things. Repeaters, we have 1 and would love more, but happens.
Yeah, that's the whole thing's impressive to me because to me it's still wizardry, and I've taken 3 classes in university on RF communications, so I'm impressed. I don't think anyone else at this site could do it the way you guys and your teams have. So
it's also like a weird non-transferable skill. So my day job is I'm a software engineer at a satellite company, working on interfacing with ground station antennas. So there I'm working on RF stuff, but I'm working on completely different RF stuff. And yes, there's networking, but no, I don't need to worry about like mountains or trees or anything like that. No, I don't need to be pointing dishes, like the antenna does that for me, like that's its own problem, right? But this kind of stuff, it's like it's a silly, oftentimes frustrating experience when you think that you'll see 3 little blue lights on your antenna indicating a connection, but it's super fun. I also think it's kind of wizardry.
That makes sense.
To be quite honest, but...
Well, have you ever looked at a Smith chart before, right?
Do tell us more about this.
No, I can't.
Oh, okay.
I can't. I know I don't know. I saw online. It's for antenna design, right?
Yes, I've seen it.
And the one you get online, it literally says Black Magic Table because it's like the company that printed it, and we all call it the Black Magic Table because we don't understand it.
Well, the good thing is some of these things are standardized, and I recently learned that the connectors PL259 are regularly used for interfacing between radios and antennas. I will say also the people here a lot of the students are ham licensed, and so if people want to go down the amateur route, it's a surefire way to get plugged in and learn more.
That's the great thing about like radio communications. We're doing our own thing, but the teams have, every team has some kind of telemetry online that they have to be tracking, and that is oftentimes on a ham frequency, meaning that there's a ham license. The whole part of the avionics of a rocket is entirely dependent on if you can get if you can get that telemetry down. It's so crucial. It's so important, and you know, this is one of those things. It's a hard part of rocketry. It's not the propulsion, right? Maybe you don't consider it that flashy, but it's a complex system, and trying to communicate with something that is falling quickly, might land somewhere you don't know where it's going to land. It's so important to be able to know how to communicate with that, and that's honestly that's the kind of stuff that can be hard to learn in classes, which is why I really do love rocketry teams. These kinds of organizations allow people to get hands-on experience before. I'm sure you've heard that a million times, but especially for electronics. And you know, especially for composites, like really these are things that you may not really get to learn much about in a classroom, and you don't know unless you try. So it's I think it's a great experience.
We also have 2 Starlinks this year, which is exciting.
Yeah. We do have 2 Starlinks. I should set up the other one.
Well, we have time for that.
Well, what's important is that this Starlink is set up.
This one works, and I think it's working pretty well, which is why I haven't touched it.
It has. It's worked almost the entire time, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how we'd be broadcasting a live stream without it.
I don't think there's any news on the McGill team just yet. Pardon? So I don't know if they're there at the pads just yet.
Yeah, they haven't even arrived at the launch site yet. So we think they're spending the day just to take it easy, really take it back, and spend a long time getting things right. Because like we said before, if you're going to launch, you want to make sure you do it nominally. You want to make sure you get everything right the first time. They were here extremely late.
Oh wow!
So I moonlight as a as a person at the advanced pads that you know works when comms aren't working, and we were there until 12 last night, waiting for McGill to clear out, and basically like a lot of the teams were working super late last night, probably getting back home. Like we left just before the last folks there left, so they probably got home around 2 or 2:30. So let them sleep. They need it. Minimum rocket, maximum rocket retrieval distance. So that is such a hard thing to do and figure out. It is so dependent on the height of the
the altitude or to apogee, I guess.
It's so dependent on the apogee of the rocket, and it is so dependent on when the chute opens. If you have a main at apogee, which just for everybody to understand, apogee, top of the arc, main is the large chute. If you have that larger chute of your 2 chutes deploy at the top of your thing, and you're at 30,000 feet, you might be, you know, sailing off miles and miles, kilometers and kilometers, I don't know, like a good distance away. And so you want to have at least a good how many kilometers of range. Usually we try to have, like, we would ideally love to have as much as we could. Right now we only have a few kilometers of range.
We also got a comment right there at the end. I don't know if you wanted to.
Oh, perfect. Hi, Dylan. Yeah, happy to introduce you to the amateur radio community. I know your club at Ontario Tech has done some really neat stuff with field days. That's where teams or local clubs can take their gear out into a field and do some testing, as well as what's called contesting, which is making contacts with you know, licensees in the area as well as outside of the area, and using different modes like CW, etc., etc. So Hi, I hope, I think your team did really well. Dylan, I know you couldn't make it out. And we're looking forward to hearing about recovery. So congratulations again to Ontario Tech.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to make sure.
Also, I think we have a launch happening right now.
We do have. We are about to go to a launch. We do want to address kind of one question that we missed here on the stream. Oh, never mind. We're going right to launch. There it goes.
Oh no!
Whoa. Was that 2 at once?
Well, which one went higher?
Whoa.
Was that a drag race?
I don't think we've ever had that before.
I think we just had a drag race, folks.
The first drag race of Launch Canada 2024.
Not intentional. A drag race is when more than one rocket is set off at the same time. We try not to have those. That can happen due to strange continuity, accidentally hitting a button, but that's, well...
That's a first. That's a first for Launch Canada, I will say.
Usually it's intentional. Usually we like to race the rockets because it's fun, but I don't think they meant to this time.
Right, and we were speaking about it yesterday, just briefly. All right.
Still waiting on a visual for that. While we wait, we can also address the question that we got in the chat earlier. Oh, who was this? These were some of the students involved with...
outreach.
Yeah, from the outreach from Metagamy, and with, I think it was Science Timmins as well, all working together. So these were some mid-power launches from some of the students. We're going to get some of the folks involved with that on once all these launches are completed here in just a bit. Let's go back to the other one. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you. After 2 or 3 failed attempts to launch, how safe is it to go near the failed rockets? Is there an attempt that could go off when they retrieve it?
Yes,
that
there
really
is.
Depends, because there are any number of things that can go wrong with the rocket, right? If it's failing to launch, I guess failed to launch, right? So yes.
I can speak to hybrids and liquids a little bit better. When you have a failed attempt and you have a failed attempt to launch and you have a full tank, it is not safe to go near the failed rocket until the tank is emptied. So every rocket that has any kind of liquid, pressurized gas in it, whatever it is, you cannot go near that rocket because it is live as long as there is a fuel and an oxidizer inside of it. So every rocket has abort valves, vent valves, in order to be able to empty the tank in the case of an emergency. So it is only safe to go near it in that case. For a solid, the igniter is controlled by a Wilson FX box, where the person at LCO, who's just upstairs...
It's a fancy briefcase with a bunch of switches in it that send electrical signals to the different rockets.
Yeah. So basically, the fancy briefcase talks to its other half of the fancy briefcase and it basically shorts a wire, which has something flammable in the middle. If you disconnect that from power, which you can do, you save the box. Those are super reliable systems. If you can, turn off the box, then you're good. There won't be...
Now that doesn't really eliminate the danger entirely, because when the range is set to red, that means there are primed energetics on the pad, right?
Yep.
So at that time, they don't want anyone near the rocket, save for the range safety officers, because just to mitigate any risk factors. But other energetics on the rocket might be their ejection charges. Sometimes they'll load black powder on board, and those are usually ignited by systems on board the rocket themselves. So even without the rocket going off, there are still energetics present in the rocket. We're also moving to another launch here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It sounds like we've got another hang fire. I guess these G77 motors, are they? Are not the most reliable?
It could be either that or the igniters too.
It could be the
Have we spoken
igniters.
about chuffing already on the stream?
I don't think we have, just briefly
Yeah.
a second ago.
So let's talk a little bit about chuffing. I won't go into too much detail because it's a little bit complicated. Sometimes a motor will go like this is my artistic rendition, and it is due to the fact that maybe the igniter isn't pushed all the way back
to the topmost
top of the
grain.
motor.
Yep, that's right.
This would mean when
Going to
when your
another
motor
launch.
is- yeah. We can do this later.
Nice, we have another one.
Well.
Great. Okay, so I suppose it's still relevant. Let's see if they're gonna try another one. Nope.
Alright, the tracking camera is still pointing at the pad. We still have drone footage, so... Oh, I'm wrong about the tracking camera, but we do still have drone footage of the pad.
Okay, so I think for now we're good to talk about this.
Yeah.
Chuffing, educational fun times. It's when your motor goes because oftentimes your igniter isn't pushed all the way to the top. So why would that be important? It is because imagine the back of your motor is like a giant mirror, right? That's reflecting the energy off. If you push the igniter up to this giant mirror, it will direct the flames in a predictable way right from the top to burn down to the bottom of the motor. However, if you don't push it all the way up, instead of lighting from the top down, you start lighting from the sides, and then you have energy reflecting off the sides. This can start a kind of thing where instead of burning in a top-down pattern, it burns in some kind of zigzag where the energy goes like this. So you have a kind of thing. This can also result in extreme cases of a motor burn through the top of the motor. That is not a fun time. It is annoying and damages the motor, but that's a risk that you have to take. So there's various ways to try to get an igniter, very finicky one, into a very into a motor. But it's very important. It's one of those things that seems so silly to cause the failure of a launch, but it's also just strangely important. So there you go. If you're launching a rocket, stick the igniter all the way through, or else you might have something weird happen. And it could also be caused by other things, but igniter issues are the most common ones.
Alright, yeah, it looks like we have some questions and updates, I guess, from UVic. Yeah, they're not currently at the pad, so they're not going to be launching in the next little bit. Currently, they're going through a bunch of mid-power launches with Science Timmins. Yeah, would you all like to stay on the line, or do you all have things to attend to? You're welcome to stay if you want.
Oh, my
Yeah, I'm
stuff's
good.
working,
Awesome.
strangely enough. So
Nice, that's great to hear. Well,
happy to be here.
I
Wait,
might
shoot.
actually switch
my
out.
stuff's working is what I was trying to say, strangely enough, except for the part where I didn't turn on the microphone. But
Yeah.
All right.
Not even close to the first time that's happened here.
I will try to summon the mock team once they have a successful hot fire.
Okay.
And then I know if there's any other Met Rocketry or Team U people, I will be back.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Sounds good. No, thanks for coming on with us. So I guess, like, Jess, what was, like, your kind of rocketry experience for leading up to you being in front of this camera right now, you know?
My
like, what got you into
my
the...
rocketry origin story. I like how there's just like one chair here.
Yeah, that's okay. This is our ghost friend.
Yeah. It's okay. What is my rocketry origin story? So I was a lost STEM child who did a lot of high school like robotics and like insert engineering things, but I had never heard about rocketry until I got into college, and there was a rocketry team at Columbia University in New York. So I'm from New Jersey. This is hence all the jokes about how I don't, well, and actual non-jokes about how I don't know Canadian things.
Right.
Like e-transfer and all that kind of
Is e-transfer not a thing in the States?
Well, only in the past couple years.
Huh.
So apparently you guys have had it for 20 years. In any case, I learned at Columbia about the rocketry team there. They do hybrid rockets, and they always have. And I was like, oh, sounds cool, I'm in. So I thought maybe I'll be a mechanical engineer. Maybe I'll be, maybe I'll do something else. Instead, I settled on computer science and linguistics. Linguistics doesn't pay money, so now I do computer science.
There you go.
I also, and then on the team, I wasn't working on computer science at all. What I was doing was composites manufacturing, so I was making the fin can for our rocket. I learned a lot about carbon fiber, I learned a lot about composite layups and doing that kind of thing. And then I decided that I wanted to work in commercial aerospace, and there's a fellowship that you can do called the Brooke Owens Fellowship. There's also in Canada, there's the Zenith Pathways Fellowship for college students that allows you to get partnered with a company for an internship over the summer or a co-op. And also you get to be part of a great community of bright aerospace students and have a summit every year. So it's exciting, it's a wonderful opportunity, and it's a great way to get introduced into a very insular community of aerospace. A lot of people here know a lot of other people here. I know many people who work across many companies, that kind of thing. And everybody's, one layer removed from somebody else. So now I do that kind of thing, but I eventually on that rocket team, I grew to be the lead there. I also started volunteering at the Spaceport America Cup in New Mexico. This past year, me and another volunteer here, Peter Tarley, started a competition for hybrid and liquid rockets out in California called Faro. So that also happened.
Welcome back, Simon.
Hi, Simon. There's also
Howdy.
There's also a question in the chat.
I feel like you'd be pretty well equipped to answer this one.
What?
I feel like you'd know probably how to answer this one, right?
Data sent by the rockets. How are they recovered? Each system, not only is it transmitting the whole time, right? So you are getting that live on your side as the person operating the computer, but also on the rocket itself.
Did you guys want to join the live stream, by the way?
No,
just watching. You're welcome.
I thought it was
We're just watching.
Well, if you change your mind, we're happy to have you guys
also
on.
have an SD card on in the electronics bay that should be saving all of your data. So when teams go and retrieve the rocket, one of the most important things that judges are looking for is the altimeter data, and understanding that what they were receiving through through their computers is accurate to what they have in their altimeters. Is this louder now?
Are you muted?
No. Am I? Am I muted now? Wait, am I good now? Wait, but I just clicked it.
Is the light on?
No.
If the red light is on, then you're muted. If not, then you're not.
Wait, so have I been muted the whole time?
No, I don't think so. I think it's just been too, the mics are very finicky, so.
Wait,
we're leading a very high quality live stream here, so.
Is anyone muted
on?
right now?
Me. It's red.
Okay, so
Yeah.
everyone's fine. The only one muted is mic 2 and that's muted. We're good. Everything's fine.
Okay, we're good.
I don't know how lights work. This is complicated. Okay, so
Do you want to introduce yourself
please.
and tell us what you're doing here, how your experience has been?
Hello, my name is Tabarek. I'm with Science Timmins.
Ooh,
I
cool,
just
okay.
tried to, my rocket was hang fire, so we're going to try again at the end, but it's been really nice so far. It's a really nice experience.
Have you been able to see any of the other rockets fly outside of the Science Timmins ones? Have you seen any of the big ones yet, or no? No, not yet? Okay.
You mean like earlier today?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
They were
okay.
really cool.
How long did it take you guys to assemble it? When did you get the chance to do so?
We did it in one day. It was 2 weeks ago, and we had Cyril from Launch Canada help us assemble it. So it was really fun. It was a really nice learning about all the different parts in a rocket.
Great. What does Science Timmins as an organization do generally?
They do a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Antoine is usually the person who organizes all the events. Like we did Stratos. We were able to put an experiment into a payload and send it up. I think it was 40 kilometers up into the sky. It was really cool. I did the ozone sensor. We were able to do the ozone, to measure the ozone gas in the atmosphere, and then we got a really nice outcome of it.
Is it all high school students or?
Mostly high school students.
That's a wonderful opportunity. That's so cool.
Thank you.
There's also, I believe, in town, there's like a CSA, like high altitude balloon project somewhere around
That's
here, too, right?
Stratos.
That's what it flew on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I'm learning about Canada slowly but surely.
We have an American on our stream here.
Yes, I'm from New Jersey in California.
That's nice.
So I'm learning. Stratos, that makes sense. The name makes sense. What was for you the most interesting part so far of this competition?
For this event, seeing them fly the rockets, especially the big ones for McMaster, it was so nice.
Yeah, that was such a clean
Yes.
flight too.
And
McMaster had some kind of accident with their previous rocket, where they had to rebuild it within a month, and with that they had a completely nominal flight from what it looked like. Went up and both chutes came out. That's the kind of thing I like to see. In some ways, I love teams that are very well put together. This is my personal opinion. I see teams that are very well put together and I'm like, congratulations on having great organization. But also, isn't it fun when something completely scrappy gets thrown together last minute and it works perfectly?
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff you like to see, That's fun. But it's a complicated thing, and sometimes with factors beyond your control, be it bad motor or something like that, something either something might go wrong.
Yeah, mine was the igniter, so we're trying again at the end.
Was it just that it wasn't pushed all the way in? Or?
I think so. I'm not sure, but it was the igniter, so we're gonna try again after. Okay. Hopefully it goes up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you think you're gonna get your rocket back?
Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
they've been going way out there, so.
Yes.
Yeah, these ones have been shooting up. What's the motor you've been using?
G7?
G77, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
that.
They're on G77s, which,
are technically classified as a mid-power motor, but my goodness, they have some kick.
It's a mid-power motor that, when you have a super light rocket like this, the designs are pretty similar across Science Timmins, I think, right? When it's a super light rocket, it just goes way out.
I was surprised when the parachute came down. My sister had hers go first, and it was so nice. I saw the parachute come down, and then it was safely. It was all the way in the bush, but I think we were able to get it back.
Yeah,
we
it
will
would be really
able
hard
to
not to land
get
in
it
a
back.
bush.
Yeah.
I've seen, out of all the rocket launches this past year and this year, I think I've only seen one that has landed somewhat near a road. Usually statistically, there's more roads, there's more bush here than there is roads,
yeah.
So the people, when they're doing recovery, and I don't know if you've talked to any recovery folks yet.
We haven't had any teams come back yet, no.
Oh,
so.
yeah. There's a few teams who've recovered. You
Yes,
You might want to find them.
They just leave shortly after, so we can't track them down for the live stream.
The fun part about recovery here is the bushwhacking that you have to do in order to get to your stuff. You have to carry, sometimes 15-pound segments out of the brush. Armed with a machete, sometimes a shovel.
Rockets had to cut down a tree to get their rocket back, so.
Wow.
Yeah, and last year they borrowed a boat in this mystical, crazy situation.
Yeah, I think that was the team from Calgary, right?
Oh my god. They found that their rocket was on the other side of a lake, and so and it was in the middle of nowhere, and suddenly there's a small cottage where a person says, "Hey, you can borrow my boat," and so they did, which is crazy. And so they come out and they're like, "Oh," and there's all these videos. Oh, it was so beautiful. And there it is, right on the other side of the shore. There it is, the rocket. It was crazy. I don't know. This is the kind of stuff I love. Like, what is that? Sure, why not?
Wow.
Have some random guy in the woods give you his boat. Like, okay. Tools used to find them.
So this is probably so. The chat that you see on the screen there is about a minute late.
About a minute late.
So so when we're talking here, it goes live on the stream about a minute later. So everything that you're seeing there is questions asked for what we've just said, but oh, definitely not you, Calgary. So there you go. I just talked about you, Calgary, on stream.
It was not McGill.
It was not McGill.
It was not McGill.
McGill started a fire last
No,
year.
UVic?
But they didn't.
remember.
They didn't. Anyway, we'll see. Somebody will confirm that story to me, and I'll get it back to you guys.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I wanted to ask. So you are currently in high school, is that right?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any idea what you're going to do after high school yet?
Not really.
No?
Maybe sciences, something that has to do with science, but I'm not sure exactly what program I want to get into yet.
Fair enough. It's you've got time for that. It's
Yeah.
I barely know what I'm doing now, and I'm technically out of university. So
No, it's okay. It's completely understandable. One of the things, like, it's also great that you guys get to have this opportunity
Yes.
before college. Like, I mean, again, I never knew about rockets
Yeah.
before college. You know, it's a fun place to do it. Huh?
yeah,
Huh?
you're outing yourself as an American again. We
Sorry?
don't say college here; we say university.
University. It's okay.
So what's a college? Do you have that word?
College is a technical school.
Oh my goodness.
Exactly.
I don't know.
It's
Okay.
okay.
University? That was a university. It was a college. It was an institute. What is an institute?
An institute is an institute.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Nee,
But that's
nee, nee,
okay.
nee.
How many folks of yours are here? How many students from Science Timmins?
There is, I think, 14, 16. Around
16.
14, 16.
And are you
You
all?
saying 23?
No, I said
13.
13.
Okay.
That's 13 rockets, but one of them has two people are sharing a
Sharing a
rocket,
rocket.
so 14 maybe.
Okay.
13 and a half.
And are you all in one class, or is it just
No,
sort of
different schools.
Oh, okay,
So
different
there's
schools.
Stereo, Timmins High, and I think that's it.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, grade 10, 11, and 12.
Wonderful, yeah.
And what grade are you in?
I'm going to grade 12.
Nice.
Yes.
One more year. You
Yeah.
got it. We believe in you.
Yeah. One of those things that I'm happy about is that high school ends at some point. There is a life after high school, I swear. I think. For some people. Stop looking at me.
Jess is catching all sorts of strays from off camera.
I am. But yeah, fun stuff. Thanks for talking.
No problem.
Did you have anything else you wanted to say to our... How many viewers do we have at the moment, Nico? 56 people that are watching this? Huge crowd.
Wow. If you get an opportunity to try something new, do it, because it's fun. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. That's wonderful.
Thank you. Oh, did I do that?
I am really wondering what team it was, because it was...
I could have sworn it was Calgary, but...
I thought it was... I don't know if it was Calgary. It was... Oh man, I have no idea who it was. It's really like... it's.
Chris is on lunch break, so we can't...
Chris is on lunch break, so we can't ask him.
Oh, wait, no. Oh, he's back up there, so we can ask him. Alec, do you want to ask if Chris knows what team recovered by boat last year?
Or do you remember
Or
what
do you
team recovered
remember?
by boat?
Was it Alberta? Oh, okay.
Oh,
I got the
you're
wrong...
close.
It's my own home province!
Isn't that where you're from? Calgary.
Calgary. Sorry, guys. I got the wrong Alberta school.
I love how we're just going to name every school in Alberta and surrounding provinces before we figure out which one it was.
It's
Today's one of those.
It was
kind-
Alberta. Okay.
Aha!
Chris, our LCO, has confirmed that it was Alberta, not Calgary. My apologies to all of the Please like the stream if you haven't so far, and also subscribe, because otherwise Adam will do unspeakable things to us if we don't hit 1,000 subscribers.
I can do the voice. Hi everyone. Please like, comment, and subscribe. Please send this channel to your friends. Like us on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. We're on LinkedIn.
We are linked influencers.
We are linked influencer. Is that what they are?
I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Look, if you haven't realized this already, we're just hanging out, so...
Like, comment, subscribe to the channel. Leave a rating.
Yeah, exactly.
Suggestions. Anything you would like to...
I still need to name my rocket. So, we heard that...
chat?
Yeah, if you want to help me name my rocket, I heard some suggestions that I should name it Worm earlier. I can pick up some pink paint and make it a worm-shaped rocket.
You're making... I don't know if you have a worm-shaped rocket. So, like, consider the worm.
Well, I did ask Nico earlier if he would love me if I was a worm.
If your rocket's going like this up into the air, like, maybe you've got a little bit of a problem. Just a tiny one. A baby problem. Worm the rocket.
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
So we have one of the Science Timmins rockets on screen now.
Oh, this one's so pretty.
Yep.
Is this right off the camera? I think. Have the
off the launch pad
creator of this
onto.
rocket. Now that you've brought it over, now you're legally required to join the stream.
Well, come back on stream.
Again.
I was pushing off. I was like.
No, here we are again. Look at that. Isn't that sick? So back here, motor.
Yes.
Back up here. Oops.
Parachute, I think. It's
Yeah.
in here somewhere. And then
You got
the nose cone.
just in case you forget it, there's a little igniter on the side.
The new igniter.
Yep.
Yeah, don't lose that.
Does the motor smell like black powder? Don't smell it. Don't actually do that. Please don't stick your face in a rocket motor.
Public service announcement. Do not stick your face inside the motor. That is not a great move.
Bad etiquette.
Bad etiquette.
It's frowned upon.
It's frowned upon to stick your nose inside of a motor.
The best part was painting it.
The best part was painting it?
Painting it, yeah. Yeah, so I was aiming for pink. I got red. And I tried to put vine leaves. Looks like barbed wires. But yeah.
Okay, well, I thought it was vine leaves before you said barbed
Thank you.
wire. But now I'm on your side.
Okay.
And the purple fins?
I was aiming for a little pink, but
Oh, no.
yeah, and the color's not what I wanted.
Ooh,
but
what are these colors?
What's the name of this rocket?
that's my name,
Oh, okay,
Tabarak.
Tabarak.
But my rocket's name is my little brother's name, Yusuf.
Yusuf, oh,
Named
cute.
it after. Yeah. Yes. And I tried to add little stickers on the side, just Science Timmins sticker. Yep. And there's
What a time.
I hope you get it back. Because boy, oh boy, they're drifting far.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I like the whole walks for you guys out
Yeah.
into the.
I'm not sure if we're gonna go get them though, because we're gonna leave around 4:30. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's all right too.
Yep. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you for showing off your rocket.
Yeah.
It is a hot day out here.
Finally.
Way different from Monday.
Yeah.
And way different from this morning, where it was freezing cold, in my
Yep.
opinion, in whatever Celsius you know. But if you...
It was about 5 degrees Celsius here this morning, and it is now... Wait.
Yeah, I would tell you what I think it is in Fahrenheit.
20 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
What is that in freedom units?
I don't know. Also, the sun's beating down on us, so
True.
I'm
We
not
are.
really sure. In freedom units, I think 20 degrees Celsius is like 77, 80, 70, yeah, somewhere around there.
I'll take your word for it.
I have no idea.
What's that in ranking?
Huh?
What's that in ranking?
Look, Aaron, we don't have the time to do conversions.
What's the story of this cup?
Nico, what's the story of the cup?
This cup.
Nico got it at NASA Kennedy.
What? Wait, you paid to go enter NASA Kennedy? It's like $80 entry.
Oi. You know what they say about cowboy hats?
It's very plastic.
All right, ground control to Major Tom. Can you hear me?
You should be able to. I mean, none of us are going to be able to hear you, dude.
All right, fair enough.
The stream will.
Right on. Yeah, I got that mug at NASA Kennedy Space Center in the gift shop. And inside the mug, you will see a Newfoundland Puffin. And I got that Newfoundland Puffin about a month ago when I went to Deer Lake, Newfoundland. We hiked the Gross Moor there and saw that in a little gift shop.
So cute.
Fun fact about Puffins is that they're not really on the side that Deer Lake is on. They're more so on the east side of Newfoundland, kind of the east coast there. You'll see them also if you ever go to Iceland or Ireland. They're kind of the northern Atlantic bird, so to speak. So.
Yeah, Puffins are cool. They're a very community-based bird. And so when researchers want to get puffins to land on a particular island, they will put little puffin statues up. But there's some really fantastic photos of they have these little like puffin mannequins, but they're just one stake into the ground, so it looks like the puffin is standing on one leg, and the other puffins will come and land next to this fake puffin, and they'll stand on one leg because they just want to be like their friend.
Oh, no, so cute. Aww.
Yep.
And puffin facts.
Only the top tier stream content here, folks.
Yes.
Have we talked about all of the fabulous wildlife out here, other than aforementioned moose?
We saw a moose on the side of the highway yesterday. We saw some bears.
Ooh, I've only seen one bear so far, but out here, many bunnies and snakes.
Yes.
Interestingly enough,
A lot of chipmunks.
Rabbit, foxes. Oh, the foxes are so cute.
Oh, I haven't seen any foxes
I've seen
yet.
a bunch of foxes. Usually when driving in at sunrise. There's also, I don't know what animal this is. It looks like a little baby lion, but it's like maybe like a cougar. Or like
I doubt that.
Or like it's like this big and it was like little round ears. I saw it when I was driving in at like 3 a.m. from the U.S.
I don't know. That could be a number of things.
Looked funny though.
Very cute.
Really cute.
There are, I don't know about Timmins, but there are lynxes, which look kind of like that.
I don't think it was a lynx.
Um,
that was also probably on hour 9 of the drive. And I was
you might have
driving
been
through the night.
hallucinating.
Well, yeah, maybe.
You saw a gruffalo.
Currently, we're looking up puffins. This is purely research work.
Yeah.
But you also need to have some hold down that because if you ignite one, it's going to start going up because they take stuff to ignite that thing. And once you go,
We have puffins on screen. Oh my goodness.
There you go. For those of you at home, these are puffins. They eat fish. They mate. Oh, sounds like we got some action, so gonna transition back.
Hold puffins.
Thanks, Nico. It sounds like we might have some more Science Timmins launches coming up here.
I've been building rockets since I was 5. So, yeah.
Nico, do you want to
Yep,
do you want to put a interview on screen?
Sure.
Nice.
It's a good look.
What's up?
Getting camera. Are you a star?
Yep. So are you now.
Just a white hat. Good guy. Must be a good guy. If you got a white hat.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm gonna wear a red shirt the next day.
Do we need to kick you out?
Yeah.
Along with the Klingons?
What is this?
Nico's.
It's amazing. Has structure, great depth.
It does. I hate to have the thing fly over her head and hit somebody.
I also maybe I should have brought a hat.
Oh, there's
I've been
extra hats here. You can wear a Cesaroni Technology sponsored hat.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so bear with me.
Oh, it looks like we're switching to a interview soon. What interview? Who are we interviewing?
Bear with me. I don't have it there quite yet.
Oh, actually, wait, Nico. Before you go to that, let's get an update from UVic to hear what's going on with their rocket. Nico, we need your headset.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Or
So
Jess can go
long.
do other things.
See you later, folks. Till
Bye,
we meet
Jess.
again. Don't let go, Jack.
No worries. Ah, Nico's throwing headsets at me.
Headsets everywhere.
So essentially, when the button is, or when the light is red, it's muted. You can press the bottom button to unmute.
Alrighty, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, you
Okay,
should.
perfect. So as many of you may have seen, we went to the pad earlier. We came back, we didn't know much about it at the time, but what happened was the Raven 4s, which are the small computers which we use to deploy the drogue parachute at the top of our flight, and the main parachute as we approach the ground. There's two of them in the rocket, and we turned one on, and it indicated that it was alive, doing well, and everything was ready to go. We turned the other one on, and it did not give us any indication that it was alive. So we brought it back from the pad. At this point, we've stripped everything apart, and we've figured out, we have no clue what happened, but at some point over the previous night, that board just died or fried itself, or something's wrong with the board. We're not sure why. Nothing changed since we put it in a container overnight.
Temperature. We left it here up at the launch site. We were kindly given permission to store the rocket in a largely ready state. And one of the Ravens doing great. We're getting good data from it. But the other one is unfortunately not responding to the degree that we'd like it to.
Yeah.
The good news is one of the volunteers here who's been mentoring us for a while has kindly lent us one of his Ravens. And it's actually, not only is he lending us a Raven that we use, he's actually lending us an upgrade. We're switching the dead Raven 4 to a blue Raven. And we're really pleased to be getting a lot more data. We're going to get a lot more information. And that's going to be looking a lot better. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So as it stands, we've taken the major assemblies of the rocket apart. We've stripped out recovery. We took all the live charges out of the recovery bay, and then we stripped apart recovery. We spent some time diagnosing the issue itself, and then after that, we figured out that George, who's been mentoring us for a while, he kindly lent us his Blue Raven, and that is currently being installed and wired up. After that, it will be programmed. The recovery assembly will be put back together, and then we'll put together all the different assemblies of the rocket, and we should be good to launch. We're estimating 1 to 2 hours until that is
that's happening. Roughly what we're looking at. It's just assembly from here on out, and then making sure that the programming is good. That's the final thing to check for that. And then we're looking to head back out to the launch pad and launch the rocket.
Yeah, the team is currently running on a lunch of 2 Oreos and a Red Bull, so we're thriving. We've never been better.
Great time out here.
And
Love that for you guys. Sorry, I was just getting some shade because it is hot.
It's
really
warm
is.
here.
It really is. Yeah, we were very glad we brought our tents. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we have a tent. It's not over us.
Yeah, no,
we just want to give you guys the view.
I love all the branded tents. They're quite nice.
They are cool. They are very cool. Yeah, the production this year is pretty impressive. We were watching from the hotel, and it's really good. So
yeah, not
good
only
stuff,
did
guys.
we watch all the launches here, but then we went back to the hotel and we watched the live stream.
We have to go back through and timestamp all of the launches so people can find them easily. That's
really
going to be the next step. But
that's really good. Yeah.
Looks like we've got a message from Gordon up there. So thanks, Gordon.
Yeah, Gordon's still watching very carefully.
Thanks, Gordon.
And
So,
Mateo does know better than to complete that verse. So well done to Mateo. There's... Wait, is this... No, that's not Carlton, is it? Ah. They were doing a dance earlier. We were going to cut to them, but...
Yeah, that would be definitely cut to them, yeah.
Right.
Alrighty. Well,
very good.
We're going to head
Thanks
back
for the
to
update.
our
Yeah.
assembly. Thanks for having us.
Awesome. Thank you.
If you ever have more updates, come on back.
Yeah.
Will do, absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, great. So thanks to everybody watching online.
Yeah,
And yeah, we should see you pretty shortly. And are we good to come back before the launch?
Whenever
Do the
you
same
want.
thing we did last time.
As you can see, we are absolutely stacked for content right now. So
lovely.
Awesome. Thanks,
Right.
everyone. We'll
Thank
see
you
all
very
soon.
much.
See you later.
All right, we're here with the team from the land of the newlywed and the nearly dead, UVic. Can you tell us a little bit about your rocket, your names? Yeah, tell us what your names are first.
You're going to have to talk towards me, Nico, otherwise I can't hear you.
I'm Isla. I do telemetry and PCB
Alright,
design.
so we're going to try and do some content here while also having us below here. Please let us know if it's
I'm Zoe and I'm a
if
structures
the sound is getting muffled.
There you go. We got UVic. And okay, starting from left to right, tell us about the components that you work on and a little bit about the team.
Yeah, for sure. Do you want me to come around this way?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. All right, we're here with the team from the 3, 2, 1, action.
Hi, it's Aaron Van Den Enden back again. I'm here with one of the team.
Sorry, folks. Looks like we might have a launch here.
3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1. Another hang fire. My goodness, we are burning through igniters at a prodigious rate. That's the third or fourth hang fire.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I do remember. Have you seen my rocket?
So another G77 launch from Science Timmins.
It's really unfortunate seeing these hang fires.
3,
3,
2,
2, 1. Ignition.
Oh, there it goes.
There you go.
Oh, we got a smoke trail. That's an event. And a main. Good launch.
There we go. You can hear the clapping in the background, folks.
They're not thin, strong. They're not. They're just surface mount. Yeah. Are they? Good thing you have a 5. Yeah. You're probably gonna lose a couple. We're running pretty slow, and it'll work, but they might. I hope they don't.
Flight looks nominal.
Sorry, say that again, Nico?
I said flight looks nominal.
Yep. So far, so good. So we got another launch going. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ignition.
There it goes. Woo!
That one went pretty good.
Smoke trail. Event. And there's a chute.
What one's worse, Brendan's fillets or Simon's fillets?
No, Simon's are definitely worse. Simon's are an actual injury risk.
My rocket is getting slandered in the background here.
My favorite thing about
Do you want to just go to drone cam or this cam for now? Because I want to sit in the shade.
Yep.
Rocket swap. Wait, no, I have a.
Looks like we have another small rocket queued up on the launch pad.
I would like to see it. Yeah, just gets up.
Let's get shade. Yeah, shade with this.
So yeah, these little rockets don't have any form of tracking on them. You just have to sort of watch where they come down and hope for the best. So they might be a little bit tricky to find, but we have another rocket going up. Four, 3, 2, 1. Look at her go! Nice, a good shoot. 3 launches and a hang fire. So, for those of you keeping track at home, we only have 3 teams left on the solid pad and 4 teams on the advanced pad. So the three teams left on the solid pad are Bishop Strawn, the high school. We have UVic, who just gave us an update, and we have University of Ottawa Rocketry. UO Rocketry isn't here today, so they're not expecting to launch today. UVic is probably the most likely to be launching next, and Bishop Strawn are still working, so we're really hoping that they're going to get up. From the advanced side, we have UTAT, the University of Toronto Aerospace team. We have Arbalist Rocketry, who I don't think we've mentioned so far, but they still have a 2-stage going up that's called Goose 4. And we have University of British Columbia. They also have a 2-stage that'll be going out of the advanced pads. And finally, we have McGill, who we've been saying they're not on site today, so I don't expect them to be launching at all. At least not today. The range is cold now, so we're gonna go and see if we can recover some of these Science Timmins launches that we've seen over the last couple of hours.
Range is as cold as the St. Louis Blues are right now. Still a bit salty about those offer sheets, folks.
Nico and I are both Edmonton Oilers partisans, much to the annoyance of all of the Ontarians that we went to school with. You know, because we have a team that can get into the playoffs and pass the first round every once in a while.
Oh, hey-oh. Any U of T news? Well, they have a hockey team that's can't make it past the first round. But is there any actual news with U of T's Rocket?
I haven't heard anything about UTAP. But we might want to switch to a different camera because we're about to come in for a landing here. Say hi, everybody.
Yeah, it's a difference of half a kilogram. But it's a high Dude, no, I picked up the blueberries. And, like, the liquor was always closed when we get back into
Another happy landing. Oh, not yet. Yeah, sure. We had UVic on a little bit earlier, so we will switch it now to their interview. Enjoy. All right, we're here with the team from the land of the newlywed and the nearly dead, UVic. Can you tell us a little bit about your rocket, your names? Yeah, tell us what your names are first.
I'm Julian, I'm the team lead.
I'm Isla, I do telemetry and PCB design.
I'm Mateo, and I'm the avionics lead.
I'm Matthew, and I'm the analysis lead.
My name is Marvin, I'm the structures lead.
I'm Zoe, and I'm a structures member.
There you go. We got UVic. And okay, starting from left to right, tell us about the components that you work on and a little bit about the team.
Yeah, for sure. Do you want me to come around this way? The one that I worked on myself that I'm quite proud of are we have here solid aluminum machine fins that we designed and prototyped in-house.
Those are slick. You want to zoom in on this?
Yeah. So we had these designed and we prototyped them all in-house, and then we worked with a machine shop at our university to have the machine. And so they're designed to be as optimal as they can be to minimize the drag on the fins during supersonic flight while maximizing the area that they can have.
They really give me Cybertruck vibes.
Yes, yeah, they're very sharp. They've drawn blood from multiple people already.
So in a world where everyone seems to be making like composite fins, especially in the airframes, what kind of is like what decisions went into using aluminum instead?
Yeah, one of the best advantages of it is that you can get a really repeatable shape that is always the same for all four fins. And it means that when you manufacture them, you know that they're within a very specific tolerance range of each other, and it minimizes the chance that there's any deviation from it, and it has very predictable qualities, right? So we know exactly how aluminum behaves under stress, and we know exactly how it's going to behave under flight. And so that means that the only point of sort of uncertainty is the connection point, and that's where we can focus all of our efforts, is making sure they don't come loose.
And sorry, where's the connection point?
So the connection point, we have a base down here that we've put structural epoxy underneath, and there's an aligning fin cage that goes into the middle that aligns them and gives them structural support with bolts.
So the epoxy, is it bonding from the metal to the carbon fiber?
Exactly, yeah. So it goes right to the carbon fiber, and we haven't applied any paint or clear coat to that area. And it means that area, you get that entire surface area of bonding to hold on that aluminum.
What kind of epoxy is it?
I believe it's Loctite E120.
HP 120 ES. It's the aerospace grade. You can get all the data sheets for them, so it's really nice.
Okay, right on. And are you guys doing a solid engine, hybrid engine?
Yeah, we're flying a CTI N2540.
Okay.
Yeah, we're flying that to 30,000 feet.
Ooh, that's pretty high. Is there anything else that you want to tell us about your rocket? Any highlights?
Why don't we keep going with
This year we have a custom PCB on board. This is a flight computer we're trying to develop as a platform for future years. So we have 2 iterations here. The goal is to make a PCB that has an STM32 and all the sensors that we need every year on our rocket anyway, so future team members can get a head start on the PCB design by already having those interfaces and the basic programming done. So the goal this year is to flight test that. It was originally going to control our payload, but part of the major design was the loss of the payload. So as a result, we have that flight computer, and all it really does also is power the telemetry system and a little buzzer so we know when it's on.
And can it transmit signals through the carbon fiber walls of your rocket?
No, it does not go through the carbon fiber. The transmitter is in the nose cone, so it's fiberglass. We've tested the fiberglass, we've tested the paint. Specifically, it is 3D printed nylon with fiberglass in it. So we've tested to make sure that it can transmit through that. It's 100 milliwatt transmit power, which is nothing to scoff at.
Nice. And I see you also have an antenna here. Is this for your ground segment?
Yes, it's a 7-element Yagi-Uda antenna. It was designed several years ago, And one funny thing about it is we have to hold it at a 90-degree angle so that we don't have polarization loss. We keep meaning to design a cross-polarized antenna that has two Yagis at 90 degrees, and that ends up being a project that never gets done. So.
Yeah, I can't help but notice. Is it on a hockey stick?
Yes, this is our boombox. It does look like a hockey stick, hence the hockey tape. That is the goal.
Love that. Very Canadian. Very Canadian. I love it.
We had to represent. It was designed when we went to SAC. We had to show that we were Canadian somehow.
Of course, of course. Do you want to talk a little bit about the designs that you've been working on as well?
Yeah, I mean, as the avionics lead, I'm kind of overseeing most of the stuff that's just been talked about. So I kind of been like involved in the projects, commands, and although ILS handled a lot of like the technical details of the actual design, and then I do a lot of like the software programming for the flight computer and setting that up for future years and getting it.
Right on, right on. Thank you so much. Any last thoughts for the team?
Yeah, so from a structures perspective, I don't know what these guys talked about, but we've done extensive testing on our fuselage. So we've done impact testing, bending testing, we've done compression testing. So like we've done a lot of work on the composites for this, so we're quite confident in it. I don't know. Did you guys want some?
So how does that differ from the design that you guys had last year?
So we spent a lot more time testing and setting up the tests this year. So we actually got in an impact lab and we actually tested our hardware, which is something that we didn't have time to do last year. So we're just having some verification before coming to comp was really nice.
So is it a complete clean sheet, or do you have anything still from last year? I guess you have the antenna, but
no. So we manufacture our own composite oven to make these long composite tubes. So this is all one piece, and it was all cured. It's a pre-preg. So we made our own composite oven so we could do that, and yeah, it's made in house. We use a 5.5-inch aluminum mandrel. Yeah. Nice.